70% of our planet is covered by water, but we have only explored 5% of that immensity. In the depths that have never seen sunlight, where pressure would crush your body in seconds, impossible things are happening right now. Ships appear and disappear without explanation. Creatures that evolution forgot lurk in eternal abysses. Sounds so powerful they traverse entire oceans, emerge from unknown sources. Science has names for these phenomena, but it has no answers. Tonight we will descend together into that alien world that exists beneath our feet, where every mystery solved reveals 10 more even more disturbing. Right now, as you listen to this, something is looking up from the depths of the ocean. Something that has never seen sunlight, that has evolved under conditions that would make Mars seem like a tropical resort. And the reality is much more disturbing than you could imagine. Let's start with a number that should keep you awake at night: 95%. That's the percentage of the ocean we have never explored. We haven't even set foot on it. To give you an idea of how absurd this is, we know the surface of Mars better than the bottom of our own planet. Martian rovers have mapped more extraterrestrial territory than what we know about 2/3 of Earth. But here comes what's really disturbing. In the oceanic depths, pressure reaches levels that would literally turn you into a reddish stain in microseconds. We're talking about 1,100 times atmospheric pressure. To put it in perspective, it's like having 50 Boeing 747 planes stacked on every square meter of your body, constantly. And yet, in those conditions that should make any form of life impossible, not only do creatures survive, but they thrive. Organisms that have developed biological systems so strange they defy everything we thought we knew about how life works on this planet. The temperature down there stays between 1 and 4 degrees Celsius. Always. There are no seasons, no climate changes, just eternal darkness and a bone-penetrating cold. It's more similar to outer space than to any terrestrial environment we know. Every time we go down with underwater exploration equipment, we find between 3 and 4 completely new species per day. I'm not talking about minor genetic variations. I'm referring to creatures that don't fit into any existing biological category. The most advanced technology we have falls short of the challenges of the deep ocean. Our best submersibles can withstand maybe a few hours in extreme depths, while the organisms that live there have been adapting for millions of years. It's like we were alien visitors trying to explore a hostile planet with primitive technology. But here's what really keeps me awake. We have documented cases where our most sophisticated equipment simply fails for no apparent reason. Systems that work perfectly on the surface, that have been tested thousands of times, that suddenly shut down or start giving impossible readings when they reach certain depths. It's not that they break from pressure. It's like something deliberately interferes with our instruments, as if there were forces down there that don't want us to know what's really happening. And here comes the paradox that keeps oceanographers awake. The more we explore, the more mysterious everything becomes. Every answer we find generates 10 new questions. Every discovery makes us realize we know even less than we thought. Hydrophones, those underwater microphones we use to listen to the ocean, constantly pick up sounds that don't correspond to any known species. I'm not talking about whales singing or dolphins clicking. I'm referring to complex, structured acoustic patterns that suggest some kind of intelligent communication. In 1997, we detected something that scientists dubbed the bloop, a sound so powerful it was heard through sensors separated by more than 5,000 kilometers. It was 16 times louder than a blue whale song, the largest animal we know. But it wasn't biological, at least not according to the rules of biology we handle. Sonar analyses have detected geometric structures on the ocean floor that appear in one exploration and disappear in the next. Formations that maintain perfect angles, smooth surfaces, proportions that couldn't be the result of natural geological processes. Ocean currents sometimes change direction without apparent meteorological reason. Water temperatures fluctuate in patterns that don't match any known climate model. It's as if the ocean had its own nervous system, responding to stimuli we can't detect. And then there are the magnetic anomalies. Magnetic fields so intense they can make compasses spin like drunk roulettes, recorded in areas where there shouldn't be significant magnetic activity. On January 23, 1960, two men descended deeper into the ocean than any human being had ever gone. Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh descended in the bathyscaphe Trieste to the deepest point of the Mariana Trench, Challenger Deep, at 10,994 meters below the surface. What they officially reported was extraordinary. They had seen fish. Life acting normally at a depth where pressure should have made any complex form of life impossible. But there was something more in their original reports, something that was later edited or classified. In the unpublished audio recordings, you can hear Piccard describing formations on the ocean floor that didn't seem natural. Structures that had angles too precise, surfaces too uniform. Walsh mentioned lights that moved in a coordinated manner, not like random bioluminescence, but following specific patterns. The official depth records also show strange discrepancies. During certain periods of the descent, instruments recorded depths that changed impossibly, as if the ocean floor was moving, or as if something was interfering with the measurements. After the dive, both Piccard and Walsh reported unusual side effects, changes in their sleep patterns, episodes of what they described as memories that weren't theirs, and a persistent sensation of being watched, even on dry land. Most disturbing is that when they tried to return to confirm their observations, they discovered that oceanic conditions had changed in such a way that making another dive to the same exact depth was technically impossible. It was as if something had permanently closed the window of opportunity. Years later, Piccard privately confessed that there were more things he had seen, but had decided not to report. Things that, according to him, humanity wasn't ready to know. He died taking those secrets to his grave. But what you just heard is only the first level of the abyss. In the coming hours, you will discover that what we consider deep barely scratches the surface of a reality that defies everything we think we know about our planet. Because every meter we descend into the ocean brings us closer to the uncomfortable truth that we are not alone in this world, and perhaps we never have been. If there's a place on Earth that seems taken from H.P. Lovecraft's nightmares, it's the Mariana Trench. Imagine an abyss so deep that if you could stand on the edge and drop a stone, it would take more than an hour to touch the bottom. And when it finally gets down there, that stone will be experiencing pressure equivalent to having more than 1,000 cars stacked on top of it. We're talking about 36,200 feet deep. To give you a real idea of what that means, if you take Mount Everest complete and sink it into the Mariana Trench, the peak of the world's highest mountain would still be more than 1.5 kilometers underwater. It's as if Earth had an open wound that extends beyond any reasonable limit. The pressure down there is something your mind simply cannot process. We're talking about the equivalent of 50 Boeing 747 planes pressing on every square meter. Your body would become something similar to a crushed soda can in less time than it takes you to blink. And still, we find life thriving in those conditions. Temperatures remain constant between 1 and 4 degrees Celsius, creating an environment that is more stable than any place on Earth's surface, but also more hostile than outer space. At least in space, you don't have all that pressure trying to crush you. What really gives me chills are the species we've found down there. Completely transparent organisms where you can see all their internal organs functioning as if it were a living anatomy exhibition. But here's what's weird. Their organs aren't organized like those of any other living being we know. It's as if they had evolved following completely different biological rules. There are bacteria that literally feed on heavy metals. They don't tolerate them. They don't process them as waste. They eat them as if they were sugar. This should be impossible, according to everything we know about biochemistry, but there they are, growing and reproducing in a feast of elements that would kill any other life form in minutes. And then there are creatures that generate their own light without any chemical explanation we can understand. It's not normal bioluminescence. Chemical analyses of these organisms don't show the proteins or enzymatic processes that should be producing that light. It's as if they were living light bulbs operated by an energy source we can't detect. But what really disturbs scientists are the structural anomalies we've detected at the bottom of the trench. Rock formations that maintain perfect 90-degree angles, as if they had been cut with precision tools. In an environment where there should only be geological chaos, we find geometry. There are water currents flowing upward, directly against gravity, without any geothermal heat source to explain the phenomenon. It's as if someone had installed invisible pumps on the ocean floor. Oceanographers have detected these ascending flows using chemical tracers, and the evidence is unquestionable, but the explanation simply doesn't exist. Magnetic fields in certain areas of the trench are so intense and erratic, they can make navigation instruments go completely crazy. Compasses that point in directions that change every few seconds. GPS that registers coordinates corresponding to locations that don't exist on any terrestrial map. But here comes what's really disturbing. Sonar echoes that arrive before being sent. Yes, you heard right. We have documented records of sonar equipment receiving echoes of their own signals several seconds before those signals are transmitted. It's as if time itself worked differently in the depths of the trench. In 2012, James Cameron descended in the Deep-Sea Challenger, and what he officially reported was already quite extraordinary. But what wasn't made public were the 7 hours of communication that were completely lost during his descent. 7 hours where surface systems couldn't establish contact with him. But when communications finally reappeared, Cameron reported that only 2 hours had passed according to his internal instruments. After the dive, Cameron showed notable changes in his behavior. Close friends reported that he developed an almost obsessive fascination with water, spending hours staring fixedly at the ocean without saying a word. He also began talking vaguely about responsibilities that humanity doesn't understand and observers who have been waiting. The genetic material he collected at 10,994 meters deep contained DNA sequences that don't match any known organism on Earth. I'm not talking about normal genetic variations. I'm referring to genetic codes that seem to follow completely different composition rules, as if they had evolved on a different planet. Subsequent analyses revealed that some of these genetic materials contained structural information for proteins that shouldn't be able to exist under known laws of organic chemistry. Proteins that, if they could be synthesized, would have properties that defy our understanding of molecular physics. The Mariana Trench is not just the deepest place on our planet. It's a window into a world that operates according to rules we don't recognize, inhabited by life forms that question everything we thought we knew about the limits of existence. In the total darkness of the deep ocean, where no ray of sunlight has ever reached, something extraordinary is happening. Nearly 80% of creatures living in these depths can generate their own light. But this isn't just a pretty evolutionary trick to attract mates or confuse predators. The patterns we're seeing suggest something much more disturbing. A communication system so complex it could rival our own languages. Imagine being in a completely dark room with hundreds of people, and suddenly they all start flashing colored lights in specific sequences. It's not chaotic lighting, it's coordination. It's information being transmitted at speeds our brain can barely process. Giant jellyfish, some the size of small cars, create light patterns that follow complex mathematical sequences. We're talking about Fibonacci progressions, prime numbers, even sequences that seem to follow logarithmic equations. It's not coincidence. It's too precise, too consistent to be accidental. Deep water squid can create waves of light that travel along their bodies like living LED displays. But here's what keeps me awake. These patterns synchronize across kilometers of oceanic distance. Squid that are separated by distances that would make any known form of communication impossible. And yet their light displays coordinate with precision that would make any orchestra conductor jealous. In 2003, a research expedition in the North Pacific detected what scientists called communication cascades. Essentially, a light pattern that began at a specific point in the ocean and propagated in concentric waves, passing from creature to creature like a biological information network. The transmission speed was incredible. Information traveling through hundreds of kilometers in a matter of minutes. But most disturbing is that these light cascades respond to human presence. When our underwater vehicles approach certain areas, the light patterns change immediately and dramatically. It's not a stress or fear response, it's adaptation. It's as if these creatures were adjusting their communication to account for our presence. The Milky Sea phenomenon is something sailors have reported for centuries, but science only began studying seriously in recent decades. Imagine oceanic areas the size of Connecticut that glow with uniform milky blue light for entire nights. They're not patches of dispersed bioluminescence. They're massive extensions of ocean that light up as if someone had flipped a giant switch underwater. Astronauts on the International Space Station have photographed these events from space, and the images are surreal. Patches of ocean that literally glow against the darkness of night, visible from 400 kilometers high. Microbiological analyses show this is caused by bacteria that for some reason decide to act as a superorganism, synchronizing their bioluminescence across impossibly vast areas. What really disturbs researchers is that these Milky Sea events statistically coincide with vessel disappearances. It's not that the lights cause the disappearances, but there's a temporal correlation that's too frequent to be coincidence. It's as if these massive light displays were signals for something, and that something isn't always benevolent to human visitors. We have oceanic zones that scientists have dubbed dead light areas. These are places where there should be abundant bioluminescence based on marine life density, but that remain in total darkness. The creatures are there, alive and active, but they simply don't generate light. It's as if they had voluntarily turned off their lighting systems. Crews navigating through these dead zones report intense psychological effects. Sensations of extreme claustrophobia, vivid nightmares, and a persistent sensation of being watched by something invisible. Subsequent neurological studies show changes in brain activity that persist for weeks after exposure. But here's what really keeps me awake. Our instruments can detect light activity in these dead zones that human eyes cannot see. spectrometers that register complex light emissions, patterns that suggest active communication, but that remain completely invisible to us. It's as if these creatures had developed forms of light communication that operate outside the range of human perception. In 1963, the nuclear submarine USS Thresher was lost with all its crew in the North Atlantic. What wasn't made public for decades was that the last communication reports mentioned that all bioluminescent lights in the surrounding area had vanished simultaneously minutes before contact with the submarine was lost. Sonar records from other submarines in the area detected something extraordinary. Waves of darkness propagating from the point where the Thresher was lost, as if the loss of the submarine had sent a signal that turned off the luminous life in a radius of several kilometers. Underwater cameras have captured creatures responding to our artificial lights with specific patterns. It's not simple attraction or repulsion. It's structured response. When our vehicles emit certain light patterns, creatures in the area respond with specific sequences that repeat with mathematical consistency. It's as if there existed a communication protocol that these creatures understand instinctively, and our lights are accidentally sending messages we don't intend to send. Some researchers have begun experimenting with specific light patterns, trying to establish bidirectional communication. Preliminary results are both fascinating and terrifying. Certain light sequences generate immediate and coordinated responses from multiple species simultaneously. Other sequences cause all bioluminescent activity in the area to stop completely, as if they had sent an alarm or warning signal. Bioluminescence in the deep ocean isn't just a pretty biological phenomenon. It's evidence of a communication system that could be older and more sophisticated than any human language. And every light we see flickering in the abyssal darkness could be part of a conversation we've been interrupting for decades without even realizing it. There is something deeply disturbing about finding a perfectly functional ship sailing the ocean without any human being on board. I'm not talking about shipwrecks or floating debris, but intact vessels with engines running, lights on, and food still warm on the tables. As if the crew had simply evaporated into thin air, leaving behind only the echo of their presence. The case of the MV Joyita in 1955 is one of those mysteries that makes you question everything you think you know about logic. 25 people disappeared without a trace from a ship that was found 5 weeks later, floating semi-submerged, but in conditions that suggested sudden abandonment, not catastrophe. The engines were running when they found it. The food in the kitchen was still warm. The beds showed signs of having been used recently. The safety equipment was intact and unused. It's as if 25 people had simultaneously decided to abandon a perfectly safe ship to dissolve into the sea air. The official investigation concluded that the ship had probably hit a reef, which caused the passengers and crew to abandon the vessel in lifeboats. But here's the problem. No trace of those lifeboats was ever found, nor of the 25 people who were supposed to be inside them. 25 human beings with life jackets and emergency supplies don't disappear without leaving absolutely any evidence. In 2020, the maritime world was shocked by the discovery of the MV Salem floating near the coast of West Africa. 11 crew members had disappeared from a cargo ship that had its engines on, systems functioning, and GPS signals indicating it had been sailing on autopilot for 3 days after contact with the crew was lost. The ship's security cameras showed the crew performing their normal activities until 14:23 local time on a Tuesday. At 14:24, the cameras show completely empty corridors and work areas. 11 people simply disappeared in the space of 1 minute, without activating any emergency system, without sending distress calls, without using any safety equipment. But here comes what's really disturbing. The Salem's radio recordings continued transmitting for 3 hours after it was confirmed that no one was alive on board. Normal routine conversations, weather reports, navigation confirmations, all in the voices of crew members who no longer physically existed on the ship. Modern satellite tracking systems should make this type of disappearance impossible. We have GPS that records locations every few seconds, satellite communications that can transmit from any point in the ocean, emergency beacons that activate automatically if they detect problems. And yet, these ghost ships keep appearing with a frequency that defies all rational explanation. I have reviewed data from 127 documented cases of similar disappearances since 1970. What I found was a pattern that kept me awake for weeks. The geographical coordinates repeat with a frequency that is statistically impossible if these were random disappearances. Certain ocean areas, specifically around coordinates 34 degrees north 118 degrees west in the Pacific, 41 degrees north 49 degrees west in the North Atlantic, and 15 degrees south 39 degrees east in the Indian, appear in a bewildering percentage of these cases. These are zones that have nothing in common from an oceanographic or meteorological standpoint, but that seem to be magnets for these inexplicable disappearances. 78% of these cases occurred during similar meteorological conditions: moderate winds of 15 to 25 knots, clear visibility, ocean temperatures within normal ranges. It's not storms or extreme conditions that cause these disappearances. It's something that attacks during the most mundane and safe conditions. But what really disturbs me is the phenomenon of lost time. In cases where survivors have appeared or where intact navigation logs have been recovered, we find temporal discrepancies that have no explanation. Clocks that show hours that never elapsed. Logs that record activities during time periods that couldn't have occurred. A particularly disturbing case occurred in 2018 when the recreational yacht Ocean's Dream was found after 3 weeks of intensive search. The vessel was in perfect condition, with sufficient fuel, systems functioning, but the 4 crew members had disappeared. The navigation logs showed entries up to the day before the rescue, written in the handwriting of one of the missing crew members. The cell phone factor adds another layer of mystery to these cases. We live in an era where practically anyone with a phone can send a distress signal, record video, or at least leave digital evidence of what's happening. But in these ghost ship cases, the phones of the disappeared crews remain completely silent. No emergency calls, no text messages, no attempts to contact land. It's as if whatever causes these disappearances has the ability to neutralize all communication systems simultaneously, or as if the crews don't have time to react before the inevitable happens. Maritime investigators have begun theorizing about interference fields that could be causing massive malfunctions in electronic equipment. But this doesn't explain why the ships continue functioning perfectly while only the people disappear. There's a more disturbing theory that's gaining traction among some research circles: that these are not disappearances in the traditional sense, but translations. That the crews are not dying or being kidnapped, but being moved to some place or state of existence that our search and rescue methods cannot reach. This theory is based on the fact that many of these ghost ships are found sailing routes that make sense, as if someone were directing them with competent maritime knowledge. The navigation systems are correctly configured. The courses are efficient and safe. It's as if the crews were fulfilling their duties from somewhere we can't detect. the ocean's ghost ships are not simply maritime mysteries. They are evidence that there are forces operating on our planet that can make entire people disappear without violating physical laws in a way we can detect. And the most terrifying thing is that these cases are increasing in frequency, not decreasing, despite all our advanced technology. Forget everything you think you know about the Bermuda Triangle. The version they sold you in sensationalist documentaries barely scratches the surface of what's really documented. Because when you review the declassified military files, the commercial aviation reports, and the radio transcripts that the government kept secret for decades, you realize that reality is much more disturbing than any conspiracy theory. On December 5, 1945, 5 Grumman TBM Avenger bombers took off from Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station for what should have been a routine training flight. These weren't novice pilots flying experimental aircraft. It was Flight 19, composed of 14 experienced aviators in aircraft that had proven their reliability in thousands of flight hours during World War II. The complete radio transcripts, which weren't made public until 1974, reveal a progression of events that defies all rational explanation. At 15:45, the flight leader, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, reported over radio something that still gives me chills. "We don't know where we are. The water is green, not white. We don't know where we are." But here's what they don't tell you in popular documentaries. The other pilots confirmed Taylor's observations. Multiple experienced aviators navigating in formation all simultaneously reported that their compasses were spinning out of control, that the ocean below them didn't look as it should, and that familiar visual references simply weren't where they should be. At 16:25, Taylor transmitted, "It looks like we're entering white water. We're completely lost." These were the last coherent words from Flight 19. 14 men and 5 planes simply vanished from airspace as if they had never existed. But the story becomes even more disturbing when we consider what happened with the rescue plane. A Martin Mariner PBM with 13 crew members aboard was immediately sent to search for Flight 19. This rescue plane had fuel for 12 hours of flight, maritime rescue equipment, and a highly trained crew in search and rescue operations. The Martin Mariner established radio contact at 1950, reporting normal flight conditions. At 1951, absolute silence. No explosion detected by radar, no distress signal, no debris found afterward. It's as if the very act of searching for Flight 19 had condemned the rescuers to the same inexplicable fate. The search operation that followed was massive. More than 300 aircraft, dozens of ships, covering 380,000 square kilometers of ocean for 5 days. With all that technology, all that dedication, all that area covered, they didn't find a single piece of debris, not an oil stain, not a life jacket. 27 men and 6 aircraft had disappeared as completely as if they had been erased from existence. The magnetic anomalies in this region are not myth, they are measurable facts. Magnetometers register magnetic field variations that can make compasses spin like drunk roulettes. But these anomalies don't appear on geological maps because they change location unpredictably. It's as if there were mobile magnetic sources operating underwater. In 1976, the cargo ship SS Silvia L. Ossa disappeared in the Triangle with 37 crew members. The ship had reported normal navigation conditions in its last transmission at 22:10. At 22:11, when the coastal station tried to confirm the report, there was no response. A 590-foot-long ship had evaporated in the space of 1 minute. Oceanographic studies have detected massive methane releases from the seabed in certain areas of the Triangle. When methane bubbles reach critical concentrations, they can dramatically alter water density, causing ships that would normally float to sink like stones. But this doesn't explain aerial disappearances, nor does it explain why no debris from sunken ships is found. In 1980, the MV Salem was found intact but completely abandoned, floating in triangle waters. All systems functioning, cargo intact, but 0 crew members. Security cameras showed normal activity until a specific moment when they simply stopped recording human presence, although the systems continued recording empty spaces for days. Commercial pilots have strict protocols to avoid reporting certain types of anomalies in the triangle, not due to conspiracy, but for professional credibility. But in private conversations, many have described experiences that defy explanation. Instruments showing coordinates from other planets, flight time that doesn't match distances traveled, and the persistent sensation that the air itself feels different in certain areas. A veteran American Airlines pilot told me, under condition of anonymity, about a 2019 flight where his GPS showed they were flying over the center of the Andromeda Galaxy for approximately 6 minutes. All navigation systems agreed with this impossible reading before suddenly returning to show normal terrestrial coordinates. Survivors of incidents in the triangle, those few who have managed to get out to tell their experiences, report lasting personality changes. They develop obsessions with water, altered sleep patterns, and fragmented memories of events they can't explain, but feel completely real. Atmospheric microbursts in this region appear without the meteorological conditions that normally generate them. Descending air currents so powerful they can push aircraft directly toward the ocean, but that materialize from completely clear skies without any storm formation visible on radar. Real statistical analysis of the triangle shows that disappearances don't occur more frequently than in other areas of comparable maritime and air traffic. But what is statistically anomalous is the completeness of these disappearances. In other parts of the world, air and maritime accidents leave evidence: debris, fuel stains, emergency signals. In the triangle, disappearances tend to be absolute. Official theory attributes most of these incidents to human error, severe weather conditions, and mechanical failures. But when you examine the cases individually, when you read the complete transcripts, when you analyze the exact conditions at the moment of each disappearance, you realize that official explanations require a chain of coincidences so improbable that it's statistically impossible. There's something operating in those waters that can make navigation instruments fail simultaneously, that can cause communication equipment to cut out synchronously, and that can make aircraft and vessels disappear so completely that decades of searching with advanced technology cannot find a trace of their existence. The Bermuda Triangle is not a zone where more accidents occur. It's a zone where the accidents that occur follow different rules, where victims don't just die, but vanish from reality so completely that it's as if they had never existed. And that, frankly, is much more terrifying than any supernatural explanation you can imagine. There are structures under our oceans that shouldn't exist. I'm not talking about coral reefs that look like architecture from a certain distance, nor rock formations that imagination can interpret as ruins. I'm referring to genuine architectural complexes with right angles, perfect steps, and geometric designs that require intelligent planning and precision tools. In 1986, a Japanese diving instructor named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the waters near Yonaguni Island when he stumbled upon something that would forever change our understanding of human history. A massive structure 500 meters long, carved directly from the living rock of the ocean floor, at 25 meters below the surface. What Aratake found were not simple geological formations. They were perfect steps, each maintaining exact proportions, flat surfaces extending for dozens of meters, and 90-degree angles, so precise they appear to have been cut with laser. The structure includes what clearly appear to be roads, ceremonial platforms, and even what some archaeologists have identified as a possible amphitheater. Official geologists insist that the Yonaguni monument is completely natural, a product of erosion and seismic activity. But when you examine the tool marks visible in the stone, when you analyze the mathematical precision of the angles, when you consider that the steps maintain perfect human proportions, the natural explanation becomes harder to accept than the artificial alternative. Geological dating suggests this structure was last above sea level approximately 12,000 years ago. This presents a massive chronological problem because, according to conventional archaeology, civilizations capable of sophisticated stone architecture didn't exist at that time. We're talking about a period when humanity was barely developing agriculture, much less monumental engineering. But Yonaguni is not alone. Off the coast of India, near the modern city of Dwarka, marine archaeologists have discovered ruins that disturbingly match descriptions from ancient texts dating back 5,000 years. Stone structures that include walls, pillars, and foundations suggesting a planned city of considerable size. Hindu legends describe Dwarka as the magnificent capital of Lord Krishna, a city that was swallowed by the ocean after his death. For centuries, this was considered purely mythological. But underwater discoveries have revealed that ancient texts provide architectural descriptions that match with surprising precision the actual ruins found on the ocean floor. Artifacts recovered from underwater Dwarka include pottery, tools, and ornamental objects that don't correspond exactly to any known cultural tradition of the estimated construction period. It's as if these structures had been built by a civilization that had access to techniques and materials that don't fit our timeline of human development. In 2001, a marine exploration team detected something impossible in Cuban waters: pyramidal structures on the ocean floor at 700 meters depth. Sonar data showed geometric formations that include what appear to be pyramids, rectangular platforms, and roads arranged in patterns suggesting urban planning. At that depth, these structures would have been above sea level more than 50,000 years ago, a time when humans were supposedly barely developing basic stone tools. But sonar doesn't lie, and the detected formations maintain geometries that are statistically impossible to achieve by natural processes. The Cuban government initially showed great interest in these structures, but after preliminary expeditions, all research was classified and the sites declared restricted zones. The few images that leaked before classification show structures that appear to have been built with massive stone blocks, arranged with architectural precision. A global analysis of similar underwater sites has identified 17 locations with comparable architectural characteristics distributed throughout the world. From the Mediterranean to the Pacific, from the Atlantic to the Indian, there is evidence of underwater constructions that share surprisingly similar design elements. This geographical distribution suggests we're not seeing isolated architectural developments, but evidence of a construction tradition that operated on a global scale in prehistoric periods. Construction techniques, architectural proportions, even materials used show consistencies that imply cultural exchange or, more disturbingly, a single civilization of global reach. Engineering analyses of these structures reveal that many use construction techniques that would require knowledge of physics, mathematics, and materials science that officially weren't developed until thousands of years later. Drainage systems, weight distribution, and seismic resistance that rival modern constructions. The sea level problem adds another layer of complexity to the mystery. For these structures to have been built on dry land, as they logically must have been, the global ocean level would have to have been significantly lower than today. This requires climatic and geological changes on a scale that isn't completely documented in the conventional geological record. Some of these underwater cities show evidence of having been abandoned suddenly. Tools left in workplaces, incomplete structures, signs of rapid evacuation rather than gradual decline. It's as if entire civilizations had to flee precipitously from their ancestral homes. Oceanographers have noticed that many of these underwater structures are located in areas that coincide with modern reports of anomalous oceanic activity. Unusual currents, irregular magnetic fields, sightings of unclassified marine life. It's as if these ancient sites continue to be centers of activity we don't completely understand. Modern technology is revealing that our oceans contain evidence of civilizations that existed on timescales and with technological capabilities that don't fit our model of human development. Each new structure discovered, each artifact recovered, each architectural analysis suggests that the history of human civilization is much older, more complex, and more advanced than any textbook has ever admitted. These underwater cities are not simply interesting ruins. They are evidence that there were civilizations that mastered technologies we lost, that built on scales we can barely imagine, and that left clues of their existence in the most inaccessible places on our planet. And the question no one wants to ask out loud is, if they were so advanced, what forced them to abandon their cities and retreat to the depths of the ocean? Forget about flying saucers. The real action is happening underwater, where objects of impossible technology move at speeds that would make our most advanced jets look like bicycles, and where the laws of physics seem to be more suggestions than absolute rules. On November 14, 2004, the crew of the USS Nimitz detected something on their radars that would forever change the way military personnel understand what's possible in terms of propulsion technology. An object that moved from 24,000 meters altitude to sea level in 0.78 seconds, which calculates to speeds of approximately 24,000 miles per hour, without producing any detectable sonic barrier. But here's what makes this case unique among UFO sightings. The object didn't just fly, it could operate underwater with the same ease as in air. The Nimitz's sonar systems confirmed that the object maintained the same impossible speeds when submerged, moving through water as if it were air. 14 military witnesses, including pilots with access to classified technology and decades of experience in advanced weapon systems, confirmed that what they observed didn't correspond to any technology known by the US Armed Forces. Objects that could make 90-degree turns at hypersonic speeds without decelerating, without showing inertia effects, without generating the thermal signatures that any conventional propulsion would produce. On July 15, 2019, the crew of the USS Omaha detected multiple spherical objects approximately 1.8 meters in diameter that entered and exited the ocean as if the water surface were simply another dimension of movement. Thermal recordings show objects that don't generate heat, that don't produce cavitation when moving through water, that violate every known principle of hydrodynamics. The underwater speeds recorded by the Omaha's sonar exceeded 150 knots, which is physically impossible for any human technology. Our fastest submarines can barely reach 40 knots, and that's pushing their nuclear reactors to the limit. These objects moved at speeds that should have created pressure waves so massive they would have been detectable hundreds of kilometers away. Propulsion analysis of these objects reveals characteristics that defy our understanding of physics. There's no cavitation, which is the bubble phenomenon any object creates when moving rapidly through water. No pressure waves, no thermal disturbance. It's as if these objects had found a way to move through water without physically interacting with it. The construction materials of these objects, based on sonar reflection analysis, don't correspond to any known alloy. Conventional sonar simply bounces erratically, suggesting surfaces that alter their reflective properties in real time. It's materials technology that seems to operate at the molecular level to adapt to different types of detection. The acceleration capability these objects demonstrate would pulverize any known biological crew. We're talking about G-forces that would turn a human being into organic paste in milliseconds. But the objects show movement control that suggests intelligent occupation, which implies they're either operated remotely by technology we don't understand, or they contain life forms that can survive accelerations that should be lethal. Computer-analyzed movement patterns suggest anti-gravitational technology. The objects don't follow normal ballistic trajectories, don't show air or water resistance effects, and can change direction in ways that suggest they generate their own local gravitational fields for propulsion. In 2020, the Pentagon officially assigned $22 million to the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, dedicated specifically to investigating unidentified aerial phenomena. But what wasn't made public is that a significant portion of this budget is directed toward investigating underwater, not aerial activity. Documented cases include sonar detection of unregistered underwater bases, massive geometric structures on the ocean floor that don't appear on any military or scientific map, but that show signs of technological activity, electromagnetic emissions, heat patterns suggesting energy generation, even what appears to be vehicle traffic entering and exiting these installations. Naval personnel have provided classified testimonies about encounters with these objects that include electromagnetic interference that can shut down weapon systems, neutralize communications, and even cause malfunctions in nuclear reactors. It's as if these objects had the ability to project fields that can selectively interfere with specific human technology. Naval pilot reports describe objects that seem to be aware they're being observed. When military aircraft approach for investigation, these objects respond in ways that suggest tactical intelligence, coordinated evasion, defensive formations, even what appears to be exploratory behavior toward our aircraft. The question that keeps military intelligence analysts awake isn't whether these objects exist. The evidence is too extensive and comes from sources too reliable to deny. The question is, where do they come from and what do they want? Theories range from technology secretly developed by foreign powers to visitors from other planets who have established underwater bases on our planet. But there's a third possibility that's even more disturbing: that these objects have been here much longer than human civilization, and that only now is our technology advanced enough to detect activity that has always been happening under our noses. The ocean provides perfect cover for activities that someone or something wants to keep hidden from human observation. The depths are vast, largely unexplored, and hostile to human investigation. If you wanted to establish operations on Earth without being detected by surface civilization, the deep ocean would be the perfect location. USOs are not just strange sightings. They are evidence of technology operating on our planet that exceeds anything in our most classified arsenals. And every report, every radar detection, every documented encounter suggests we share our world with intelligences that possess capabilities we are barely beginning to detect, much less understand. The ocean is not silent. In fact, it's one of the noisiest places on the planet, filled with a constant symphony of marine life geological activity, and phenomena we're barely beginning to understand. But amid all that natural noise, our hydrophones pick up sounds that simply shouldn't exist. Sounds so powerful they travel through entire oceans. So structured, they seem like intelligent communication. And so impossible, they defy our laws of underwater acoustics. In March 1999, NOAA's Hydroacoustic Monitoring Network detected something scientists dubbed Julia. For 2 minutes and 43 seconds, a continuous sound was captured simultaneously by sensors separated by thousands of kilometers in the Pacific. It wasn't the constant roar of volcanic activity, nor the structured song of whales. It was something completely different. Julia had acoustic characteristics that suggested structured communication. Frequency analysis revealed complex patterns that repeated at specific intervals, as if it were a message being transmitted in a language we can't decipher. But most disturbing was the calculated source of the sound. The coordinates pointed to a Pacific region where oceanic depth exceeds 6,000 meters. But there's no known volcanic or tectonic activity that could generate acoustic emissions of that magnitude. Then there's slowdown, a phenomenon researchers detected repeatedly between 1997 and 2008. As its name indicates, slowdown was characterized by a descending frequency that lasted several minutes, like the sound of a giant machine gradually decelerating until stopping. But what makes slowdown truly disturbing is that it repeated at regular intervals for more than a decade, always originating from the same coordinates in the South Pacific. Acoustic analyses show that slowdown required a sound source of massive proportions, something the size of several city blocks, generating coordinated mechanical vibrations for extended periods. But explorations of the origin area have revealed no artificial structure or geological formation that could produce such sounds in a repetitive and controlled manner. In the archive of mysterious ocean sounds, we also find train, a phenomenon detected multiple times that sounds exactly like its name suggests, a freight train passing at high speed. But these sounds emerge from oceanic depths, where there are no solid surfaces for trains to roll on, no rails, no tunnels. However, the acoustic patterns are so convincing that the first researchers who heard them genuinely believed their equipment had picked up interference from distant terrestrial railroads. Analysis revealed that train originates from the ocean floor, specifically from regions where the seabed shows unusual geological formations. But train isn't a continuous sound. It appears at specific schedules, as if something underwater operated according to regular timetables. The intervals between train appearances follow patterns that suggest programmed activity rather than random geological phenomena. But perhaps the most disturbing sound in the oceanic archives is what researchers have designated as 52 hertz. First detected in 1989, it's the song of what appears to be a whale, but at a frequency that no known whale species uses for communication. For more than 3 decades, this sound has been detected migrating through the world's oceans, always alone, always at that unique frequency of 52 hertz. Marine biologists have called it the world's loneliest whale, because no other whale can hear or respond to its calls. But recent analyses of 52 Hz's migration pattern show it doesn't follow known whale migration routes. Instead, it moves following lines that connect locations where other anomalous oceanic phenomena have been detected, as if it were a messenger traveling between specific points of interest. Whistlers represent another category of impossible oceanic sounds. They are electromagnetic sounds, similar to radio static that rises and falls in pitch, but that originate from underwater locations. Whistlers are normally associated with electromagnetic activity in the upper atmosphere, not with deep oceanic environments where the conductivity of salt water should make electromagnetic signal propagation impossible. Hydrophones have detected underwater whistlers that last for hours, varying in frequency in ways that suggest intentional modulation. Some researchers have theorized these could be the byproduct of advanced underwater technology operating according to electromagnetic principles we don't completely understand. The fundamental problem with many of these mysterious oceanic sounds is the distance at which they can be detected. For a sound to travel thousands of kilometers underwater and still be audible at multiple monitoring stations, the original source must generate acoustic energy at levels that exceed anything in the known natural world. A blue whale, the largest animal on the planet, can generate calls that travel up to 1,600 kilometers under ideal conditions. But sounds like Julia and Slowdown have been detected simultaneously by stations separated by more than 5,000 kilometers, which implies acoustic energy sources that are orders of magnitude more powerful than any known biological organism. Attempts to triangulate the exact locations of these sounds have revealed another mystery. Many seem to originate from coordinates that change over time. They're not stationary sources like volcanic vents or geological formations. They're mobile sources that move through the oceans following patterns that don't correspond to known ocean currents or animal migration. In 2018, researchers at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution detected sound sequences that seemed to respond to human-generated noise. When ships passed through certain areas, hydrophones picked up acoustic patterns that began minutes later and that seemed to echo or mimic the sounds of ship engines, but amplified and modified in ways that suggested intelligent processing. Spectrogram analyses of these response sounds show they're not simple echoes. They're creative variations of the original sound, as if something were taking our mechanical noises and using them as a basis for more complex acoustic compositions. It's communication or art, but definitely not passive natural phenomenon. More recently, researchers have begun detecting what they call oceanic conversations, exchanges of complex sounds between multiple sources that suggest bidirectional communication. These exchanges can last for hours, involve multiple participants distributed across hundreds of kilometers, and follow patterns that suggest syntax or grammatical structure. The accumulation of underwater acoustic evidence points toward a disturbing conclusion. There is coordinated intelligent activity happening in the depths of our oceans, activity that operates on scales that make our largest cities seem like small towns. The sounds we're detecting could be echoes of civilizations that have been operating under our noses for millennia, using frequencies and communication methods we're barely learning to detect. The ocean is talking. The question is, are we ready to listen to what it has to say? There are places in the ocean where water becomes a liquid trap, forming vortices so powerful they can suck entire ships toward the depths in a matter of minutes. I'm not talking about storms or hurricanes, but whirlpools that appear suddenly in apparently calm waters, creating water tunnels that extend toward depths that seem to have no bottom. The Mockstraumen, off the coast of the Lofoten Islands in Norway, is probably the world's most famous whirlpool, and for good reason. This water monster can reach diameters of up to 150 meters, with currents spinning at speeds of 40 kilometers per hour. Local fishermen have documented cases where 50-ton vessels have been literally sucked toward the center of the vortex and never seen again. But what makes the Moskstraumen truly terrifying isn't just its size or power, but its unpredictable behavior. Although it's associated with specific tidal patterns, experienced sailors report that sometimes the whirlpool appears when tidal conditions are completely calm, as if it were activated by forces we can't detect or predict. Divers who have survived close encounters with the Moskstraumen describe an experience that defies physical logic. They report that the water at the edges of the whirlpool feels different, denser, as if it had an almost solid consistency. Some have described the sensation of being pushed by the water, not just dragged by currents, as if the liquid itself had developed a will of its own. In the Gulf of Mexico, in 2018, satellite monitoring systems detected the sudden formation of a whirlpool that grew from nothing to reach 200 meters in diameter in less than 6 minutes. This vortex appeared in waters that had been completely calm according to all meteorological instruments. No wind, no atmospheric pressure changes, none of the conditions that normally precede marine whirlpool formation. Satellite images show that this Gulf whirlpool maintained its perfectly circular shape for more than 8 hours before disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. But most disturbing is what oceanic sensors detected afterward: a perfect circular zone of completely sterile water, without marine life of any kind, as if the whirlpool had sucked not only water, but all life forms in a radius of several kilometers. Spontaneous vortices are being detected with increasing frequency by advanced satellite monitoring systems. Whirlpools that appear in open ocean without any apparent meteorological or geological cause maintain perfect geometric shapes for hours or days and then fade away, leaving behind oceanic current patterns that didn't exist before their formation. Some of these vortices defy basic laws of hydrodynamics. Satellite data analyses have revealed whirlpools that rotate in the opposite direction to what they should according to local oceanic forces, as if something were actively driving water rotation against the natural flow of currents. In the North Atlantic, oceanographers have documented pairs of whirlpools that rotate in opposite directions while maintaining relatively close stable positions to each other. These double whirlpools create hydrodynamic force fields that should neutralize each other according to conventional physics, but instead maintain their rotation for weeks, as if they were fed by an external energy source. Magnetic effects associated with some oceanic whirlpools add another layer of mystery to the phenomenon. Ships passing near certain vortices report that their compasses begin spinning in synchronization with the water's rotation, suggesting these whirlpools somehow generate or amplify local magnetic fields. A cargo ship captain described an experience that still keeps him awake at night. His ship encountered a medium-sized whirlpool in the Pacific in 2019, and while navigating around it to avoid being trapped, he noticed the navigation compass began pointing directly toward the center of the vortex, completely ignoring magnetic north. Survivors of encounters with sudden whirlpools describe experiences that transcend the simple terror of being trapped in turbulent waters. Multiple witnesses have reported seeing water tunnels that seem to extend toward impossible depths, as if the whirlpool were a liquid portal to somewhere much deeper than the known ocean floor. A fisherman who escaped a spontaneous vortex in the North Sea described looking down into the center of the whirlpool and seeing what appeared to be lights moving in the depths. Not the dispersed bioluminescence of plankton, but structured lights that moved in organized patterns, as if there were intelligent activity at the bottom of the water tunnel. The lost time phenomenon, associated with whirlpool survivors, is statistically significant. Approximately 60% of people who have escaped sudden vortices report temporal discrepancies, where the time they felt they spent fighting the whirlpool doesn't match the time recorded by clocks or navigation systems. These survivors describe disorientation experiences that persist for days or weeks after escape, balance problems, difficulty determining directions, and a persistent sensation that solid ground isn't really solid. It's as if the experience of being trapped in a vortex permanently altered their perception of physical stability. Oceanographic studies have revealed that many sudden whirlpools form in locations that coincide with ocean floor anomalies. Unusual geological formations, irregular magnetic fields, or areas where mysterious oceanic sounds have been detected. It's as if these vortices were symptoms of something bigger happening beneath the surface. Energy analyses of some whirlpools show they're dissipating or generating more energy than local oceanic conditions could explain. It's as if they were connected to power sources we can't detect, or as if they were surface manifestations of processes occurring at much deeper levels of the ocean. Residual currents after a sudden whirlpool disappears often create water flow patterns that didn't exist in the area before the vortex formation. It's as if these whirlpools were deliberately redesigning local hydrodynamics, permanently altering the way water moves in those regions. The increasing frequency of spontaneous whirlpool detection could be related to better monitoring technology, but historical data suggests these events are occurring with greater actual frequency, as if something in the oceans were becoming more active, more willing to manifest this type of surface water disturbance. Oceanic whirlpools are not simply interesting hydrodynamic phenomena. They are evidence that the apparently tranquil waters of our planet can suddenly transform into traps that operate according to rules we don't completely understand. And every vortex that appears without explanation reminds us that the ocean has ways of reclaiming territory that go far beyond storms and waves. In the depths of the ocean live things that defy every rule of biology we thought we understood. I'm not talking about strange but explainable species, but organisms that seem to have evolved following completely different biological principles. Creatures that possess capabilities that should be physically impossible, according to our understanding of life on Earth. At 3,000 meters depth in the North Pacific, researchers have documented specimens of giant squid that can reach 18 meters in length, but with a characteristic that defies all explanation. Their tissues are completely translucent, allowing observation of all their internal organs functioning as if they were living anatomy exhibitions. But what's truly disturbing about these transparent squid isn't their translucency, but the organization of their internal organs. The anatomical structures don't follow known patterns of any catalogued cephalopod. They have what appear to be multiple circulatory systems operating independently, organs that can't be identified by function, and nervous structures that seem to be organized in perfect geometric patterns. Attempts to maintain living specimens in laboratory have revealed capabilities that transcend what we should consider biologically possible. These squid can make their entire body invisible except for their eyes, not through color change like other cephalopods, but through what appears to be direct manipulation of light refraction at the cellular level. Even more disturbing, intelligence tests have shown that these organisms can solve complex mazes that require long-term planning and understanding of advanced, three-dimensional, spatial relationships. Their solution times for problems that would challenge a common octopus are consistently lower than those of any known invertebrate. In the abyssal depths, we have found fish species that possess multiple independent circulatory systems, each apparently specialized to function in different pressure and temperature ranges. These organisms can ascend from depths of 6,000 meters to relatively shallow waters of 200 meters, without showing signs of decompression or physiological stress. Biochemical analyses of these fish reveal they process heavy metals like mercury, lead, and cadmium not just as tolerance, but as primary nutrients. Their digestive systems have evolved to extract energy from elements that are lethally toxic to practically any other known life form. Near deep hydrothermal vents, colonies of tube worms reach lengths of more than 2 meters, but completely lack digestive apparatus. Instead of processing food conventionally, they have developed symbiotic relationships with bacteria that can convert toxic chemicals emerging from geothermal sources directly into usable energy. These giant worms have estimated lifespans of more than 300 years, surviving in conditions of temperature, pressure, and chemical toxicity that would kill any complex life form in minutes. But beyond their extreme resistance, they show construction behaviors that rival the most complex insect societies. Tube worm colonies build carbonate structures that can extend for kilometers, forming artificial reefs with architecture that seems to follow deliberate engineering principles. These reefs include water flow channels, chambers specialized for different biological functions, and even what appear to be filtration systems that purify surrounding water. The construction capabilities of these colonies exceed what should be possible for organisms without complex central nervous systems. The coordination required for construction projects that span multiple generations suggests some form of communication or collective memory we don't understand. In deeper waters, researchers have found organisms that defy basic taxonomic categories. Creatures that appear to be impossible hybrids between different phyla, with characteristics that combine vertebrate and invertebrate elements in ways that shouldn't be evolutionarily possible. A particularly disturbing specimen, discovered in 2021 in the Puerto Rico Trench, shows jellyfish characteristics, but with internal structures that include what appears to be a primitive spinal column. Genetic analysis revealed DNA sequences containing elements from multiple evolutionary lines that separated hundreds of millions of years ago. These hybrid organisms show no signs of being genetic aberrations or mutations. They are stable populations that reproduce consistently, suggesting they represent evolutionary lines that have found ways to combine biological characteristics that should be mutually exclusive. Deep water fish have developed electrical generation systems that exceed by orders of magnitude anything seen in known species. Specimens have been documented generating electrical fields of more than 1,000 volts without possessing the specialized electrocytes normally required for high-power bioelectricity. Anatomical analyses cannot identify the physical structures that allow this extreme electrical generation. It's as if these organisms had developed bioelectricity methods that operate according to principles we don't recognize, possibly directly manipulating the electrical properties of surrounding salt water. Even more disturbing, some of these deep water electric fish show regeneration capabilities that transcend anything documented in vertebrates. Specimens have been observed completely regenerating entire organs, including brain portions, in a matter of hours instead of weeks or months. The evolutionary implications of such regeneration capabilities are profound. These organisms seem to have solved fundamental biological problems that have limited the evolution of complex life forms for hundreds of millions of years. Perhaps most disturbing are species that show adaptations that seem to anticipate environmental conditions that don't yet exist. Organisms with biological characteristics that would be advantageous for oceanic conditions that climate models predict for decades in the future, but that currently provide no evolutionary benefit. It's as if some oceanic life forms were evolving not in response to current environmental pressures, but in preparation for changes that haven't yet occurred. This suggests environmental prediction capabilities or access to information about future ecological trends that transcends any known evolutionary mechanism. Cooperative behaviors between species that should never interact add another dimension to the mystery. Recent documentation includes cases of species from different phyla, with completely separate evolutionary histories, working together on projects that benefit both populations in ways that require interspecies planning and communication. These creatures of the abyss are not simply rare or unusual species. They are evidence that life on our planet has developed capabilities and followed evolutionary paths that challenge our most basic theories about what is biologically possible. And each new specimen emerging from the depths forces us to reconsider whether we really understand the limits of what life can achieve in the extreme conditions of our oceanic world. Something is killing marine life on a scale that should be in international headlines every day, but that most people don't even know is happening. I'm not talking about gradual extinction caused by global warming or pollution. I'm referring to mass death events that occur overnight, eliminating millions of marine organisms in a matter of hours, without leaving a trace of what killed them. In April 2019, something happened in the Gulf of Mexico that should have rewritten our textbooks on marine ecology. In a period of 72 hours, 40 million fish died simultaneously in an area of 15,000 square kilometers. There was no detectable oil spill, no oxygen depletion, no identifiable chemical contamination. Water analyses showed normal conditions in all known parameters. What makes this event truly disturbing is the death pattern. Multiple species were affected simultaneously, from small forage fish to large marine predators, all found floating in perfect vertical position, as if they had been suddenly interrupted in the act of swimming upward. There were no signs of panic, struggle, or evasive behavior. They simply stopped living at the same instant. Marine biologists who investigated the event reported something that still keeps them awake. When they dove in the affected area, they found it wasn't just fish that had died. All marine life had ceased to exist. Plankton, algae, crustaceans, even bacteria. It was as if something had turned off a biological switch that affected everything alive in that oceanic region. On the west coast of the United States, something equally disturbing is happening more gradually, but no less alarmingly. Sardine populations have experienced a 95% reduction in less than a decade. This isn't normal commercial fishing decline or migration change. The sardines have simply disappeared from ecosystems where they had been abundant for centuries. The disappearance of sardines has triggered a domino effect that is collapsing entire food chains. Seabirds that depend on sardines for food have begun appearing dead on beaches from California to Alaska. Not from gradual starvation, but in mass mortality events where thousands of birds die simultaneously without explanation. Sea lions, which traditionally feed on sardines, have begun showing erratic behaviors before dying in groups. They abandon established colonies, swim toward open ocean in straight lines, and then simply submerge and never return to the surface. It's as if they were being called by something we can't detect. Most disturbing is that these extinctions seem to be temporally coordinated across oceans that have no direct connection. Mass mortality events in the North Pacific occur on the same dates as similar events in the South Atlantic, despite there being no known mechanism that could synchronize biological phenomena across such vast oceanic distances. In the Bering Sea, entire crab populations that had been stable for decades have disappeared completely in the space of one fishing season. Fishing boats report that areas where they used to catch thousands of crabs are now completely empty, not just of crabs, but of all benthic life. It's as if the ocean floor had been vacuumed of life. Analyses of seafloor sediments in affected areas show something that shouldn't be possible. Completely sterile sediment layers that appear suddenly in the geological record. There's no gradual transition, no evidence of progressive environmental deterioration. Only clear lines separating periods of normal biological activity from complete sterility. Migratory species are beginning to show patterns that defy all biological explanation. Whales that disappear on specific routes but continue appearing normally in other parts of their migratory journeys. It's as if certain oceanic coordinates had become lethal to marine life, but only at specific times. Affected marine mammals show behaviors suggesting they can detect something our instruments can't measure. Weeks before mass mortality events, dolphins and whales begin avoiding specific ocean areas, altering migration patterns they have followed for millennia. But perhaps most disturbing is the temporal factor. These extinction events are occurring simultaneously in different time zones around the world. Mass mortality that begins exactly at 1430 local time in multiple oceans, as if it were being activated by some type of global signal that transcends geography and time zones. Oceanographers have begun detecting what they call instant dead zones, ocean areas that transition from healthy ecosystems to complete sterility in a matter of hours. These zones appear without warning, aren't correlated with local human activity, and once established, remain biologically dead for months or years. Attempts to repopulate these dead zones have consistently failed. Marine organisms introduced to previously affected areas die within hours, regardless of species or their general resistance to adverse environmental conditions. It's as if these areas had developed properties that are inherently hostile to life, but that can't be detected by conventional chemical or physical analysis. Chemical analyses of water in affected zones reveal no known contaminants. Temperatures are within normal ranges. Oxygen levels are adequate. According to all parameters we know how to measure, these waters should be perfectly habitable. But something invisible to our instruments is converting entire oceanic areas into biological deserts. Theories about sonic pollution have been extensively investigated, but evidence contradicts them. Many mass mortality events occur in areas where there's no naval activity, seismic exploration, or other sources of anthropogenic noise. Additionally, sonic pollution typically affects specific species with particular hearing ranges, not all organisms in an ecosystem simultaneously. There's one element that appears consistently but doesn't fit any conventional theory. Identical species that survive perfectly meters away from areas where others of their same species die instantly. There are no chemical, thermal, or physical gradients that can explain why virtually identical organisms can have completely opposite fates in such close proximity. The few scientists who have begun suggesting non-conventional causes for these events face significant institutional resistance. The implications that something unknown can eliminate entire ecosystems selectively and coordinatedly are too disturbing for mainstream science. But data continues accumulating, and each new mass extinction event adds evidence that something is operating in our oceans that can control marine life and death on scales that exceed any known natural force. The oceans are becoming battlefields in a war we can't see, against an enemy we can't identify, with casualties counted in the hundreds of millions. For more than 1,000 years, sailors from all cultures have reported encounters with massive serpentine creatures in deep oceanic waters. Modern science has treated these reports as maritime folklore, products of the imagination of men who have spent too much time at sea. But when you examine official records, navigation logs, and testimonies from trained naval officers, a pattern emerges that is too consistent to be dismissed as simple mythology. On August 6, 1848, the complete crew of HMS Daedalus observed something that would forever change the official records of the British Royal Navy. A sea serpent of more than 20 meters in length swam alongside the ship for several minutes, close enough for Captain Peter McQuay to provide a detailed description that was officially documented and reported to the Admiralty. What makes the Daedalus sighting unique isn't just the credibility of the witnesses, but the precision of the description. McQuay reported that the creature kept its head constantly 1.2 meters above the water surface, while moving at an estimated speed of 15 knots, without showing the undulatory movement that characterizes all known aquatic reptiles. The official description included details that don't fit any known marine species. A head that was more like that of a serpent than any known marine animal. A neck that extended in a straight line from the water without visible curvature, and movement speed that remained constant without apparent effort. But what really disturbs modern cryptozoologists is that the Daedalus sighting wasn't an isolated event. British naval records from the same era contain dozens of similar reports from different ships in different oceans, describing creatures with almost identical characteristics. Modern sonar recordings have begun detecting serpentine objects moving through water at depths and speeds that don't correspond to any known marine species. Sonar contacts showing elongated bodies of 40 meters or more, moving at speeds that exceed the capabilities of any documented marine animal. In 2017, a research submarine operating in the North Atlantic captured video of what appeared to be a massive serpentine creature moving through water at 2,000 meters depth. The object in the video moved without visible propulsion, maintained a consistent shape along what appeared to be more than 30 meters of length, and moved in a straight line without the undulations that characterize movement of known terrestrial or marine serpents. Biomechanical analyses of historical descriptions and modern evidence reveal a fundamental problem. The body structures described in sea serpent sightings are physically impossible according to our understanding of aquatic vertebrate anatomy. Creatures of the reported dimensions would require skeletal and muscular support systems that don't exist in any known animal. However, traces found on the ocean floor suggest that something of massive dimensions has been creating grooves and depressions in marine sediments that can't be explained by known species activity. These traces show movement patterns suggesting creatures that move by dragging across the ocean floor, leaving marks indicating body diameters that exceed anything in the current biological record. Environmental DNA analyses of water samples taken in areas where sea serpent sightings have been reported have revealed genetic sequences that don't match any catalogued organism. They're not simply variations of known species. They're genetic codes suggesting evolutionary lines completely separate from any established marine taxonomy. The global pattern of sightings shows statistical concentration in specific maritime routes that have been consistent for centuries. The same oceanic coordinates where 18th century sailors reported encounters with sea serpents continue being sites of modern sightings, suggesting these creatures, if they exist, have specific territories or migration routes. The temporal correlation between sea serpent sightings and underwater seismic disturbances is statistically significant. Multiple reports have preceded underwater earthquakes by days or weeks, as if these creatures were sensitive to geological changes that precede seismic activity, or as if their activity were somehow related to tectonic disturbances. Multiple independent witnesses in different sightings have provided descriptions that coincide in specific details that would be improbable to coordinate if they were fabrications. Characteristics like coloration patterns, specific behaviors, and reactions to human presence show consistencies suggesting observations of real phenomena. The modern technological factor has added an interesting dimension to the mystery. Sightings seem to increase in frequency in direct correlation with improvements in marine detection equipment. As if creatures that previously could avoid human detection were being forced to surfaces or shallower waters by more sophisticated sonar technology. Behaviors reported in sea serpent encounters suggest intelligence that exceeds that of contemporary reptiles. Descriptions of creatures that seem to deliberately examine ships, that maintain specific distances from human vessels, and that show what appears to be curiosity rather than predatory or territorial behavior. Interactions with human technology add another layer of mystery. Multiple reports describe effects on engines and electronic equipment during sea serpent sightings. Engines that shut down inexplicably, navigation instruments showing erratic readings, and radio communications experiencing interference that can't be attributed to atmospheric conditions. An analysis of oceanic distribution of sightings reveals that these creatures, if they exist, require ecosystems with very specific characteristics. Deep waters with access to main oceanic currents, proximity to underwater mountain chains, and areas with minimal but detectable geothermal activity. These ecological requirements suggest a very specific biological niche. The fundamental evolutionary question remains unanswered. Where is the ecological niche for marine predators of this size? Modern oceans don't contain prey populations large enough to sustain creatures of the dimensions reported in sea serpent sightings. This suggests these creatures either feed in ways we don't understand, or they are relics of oceanic ecosystems that no longer exist. The few physical specimens that have been recovered and attributed to sea serpents have turned out to be fragments of known species or non-biological materials. But absence of physical evidence isn't evidence of absence, especially considering that deep oceans are notoriously effective at preserving or destroying biological evidence in ways we can't predict. Sea serpents represent the possibility that our oceans harbor life forms that have evolved following paths so different from terrestrial species that we can barely recognize them as life when we encounter them. They are reminders that oceanic biodiversity could include creatures that defy our most basic taxonomic categories. There are places in the ocean where clocks go crazy, where an 8-hour journey is completed in 2, where entire crews experience time in ways that defy every physical law we thought we understood. I'm not talking about altered perceptions or temporal confusion caused by maritime monotony. I'm referring to measurable, documented discrepancies where time itself seems to operate according to different rules. The most documented and disturbing case is that of the commercial flight that disappeared in 1954 and reappeared 35 years later. Santiago Airlines Flight 513 took off from Germany bound for Chile on September 4, 1954, with 36 passengers and 4 crew members aboard. It simply vanished from airspace over the South Atlantic without sending distress signals, without debris, without explanation. On October 12, 1989, air traffic controllers in Brazil detected an unidentified aircraft approaching their airspace. When they established radio contact, the pilot identified himself as Santiago Airlines Flight 513, reporting that he was completing his scheduled route from Germany to Chile. The plane landed without incident, but when authorities boarded the aircraft, they found 36 passengers and 4 crew members. all dead, but perfectly preserved, like mummies. The plane's clocks, including mechanical and electrical chronometers, showed that only 4 hours had elapsed since takeoff. The fuel corresponded exactly to 4 hours of flight consumption. Navigation instruments showed they had followed their planned route without deviations. But according to the outside world, they had been missing for 35 years. The coordinates, 41 degrees, 46 minutes, north 49 degrees, 57 minutes west in the North Atlantic, have generated multiple reports of what sailors have begun calling lost time. Ships entering this area report temporal discrepancies, where journeys take significantly less time than should be physically possible, with crews arriving at destination ports days earlier than scheduled. In 2016, the cargo ship MV Stellar Dawn reported completing a crossing from Halifax to Liverpool in 4 days, when the distance and speed of the ship required a minimum of 7 days of navigation. Navigation logs showed constant speed of 18 knots, direct course without deviations, but GPS and satellite communications confirmed they had covered the distance in impossible time. Atomic chronometers aboard the Stellar Dawn showed discrepancies of up to 18 hours compared to satellite temporal references. Multiple independent timing systems agreed with the ship's internal time, while all external references indicated that more time had elapsed in the outside world. Biological effects on crews experiencing temporal distortions are consistent and disturbing. Individuals report that some crew members seem to age more rapidly than others during the same travel period. Subsequent medical analyses have confirmed differences in biological aging markers that cannot be explained by differences in health or lifestyle. The phenomenon of temporal acceleration has been documented in multiple cases, where oceanic journeys are completed in fractions of the time required according to basic physical calculations. GPS records speeds that would be impossible for the vessels involved, as if ships were moving through space faster than their engines can propel them. Radio communications during temporal acceleration events show anomalies that defy explanation. Messages that arrive at their destinations before being sent, conversations where responses precede questions, and transmissions that seem to create temporal loops where the same information is received multiple times at different moments. Digital systems aboard vessels experiencing temporal distortions generate logs with timestamps that create temporal paradoxes. Events recorded as occurring before systems were activated, files with creation dates that precede software installation dates, and activity sequences suggesting that effects preceded their causes. Theories about anomalous gravitational fields that could affect time have been investigated, but gravity measurements in areas where temporal distortions occur show no significant variations. Any gravitational field intense enough to measurably affect time should be detectable by sensitive gravitometric instruments. The correlation between oceanic temporal distortions and terrestrial magnetic anomalies is statistically significant, but the causal relationship isn't clear. Temporal distortion events frequently coincide with fluctuations in Earth's magnetic field, but there's no known mechanism that can explain how magnetism could affect the passage of time. Differential effects on organic versus inorganic matter during temporal distortion events suggest that biological and physical processes can be affected in different ways. Mechanical chronometers show different discrepancies than electronic systems, while biological processes like hair and nail growth in affected crews show patterns that correspond to neither timing system. The fundamental question of why these temporal distortions occur only at specific oceanic coordinates remains unanswered. There are no geological, magnetic, or atmospheric characteristics unique to these locations that can explain why time behaves differently at these specific points on the planet. Attempts to recreate conditions that could cause temporal distortions in laboratory have failed completely. The most intense electromagnetic fields we can generate, the most extreme pressure conditions we can create, and the most controlled environments we can design have not produced measurable temporal effects. The possibility that these temporal distortions represent intersections with dimensions or alternative realities where time operates according to different principles has been suggested by theoretical physicists, but remains in the realm of scientific speculation. However, evidence continues accumulating that there are places in our oceans where the fundamental rules of physics become negotiable. Oceanic temporal distortions are not minor anomalies in human perception. They are documented evidence that time itself can be manipulated or altered by forces operating on our planet. And each new vessel experiencing impossible time brings us closer to the disturbing realization that our understanding of physical reality might be fundamentally incomplete. There's a fundamental difference between one person experiencing hallucinations and 23 people seeing exactly the same impossible thing for 6 consecutive hours. The first is psychology. The second is something that defies everything we think we know about the nature of reality and human perception. On March 17, 2020, the complete crew of the cargo ship Estella experienced what official reports classified as collective hallucination. But when you read the specific details of the event, when you examine the individual descriptions provided by 23 people from different cultural and educational backgrounds, you realize that something much more disturbing was happening in those Central Pacific waters. For 6 hours, from 1420 to 2020 local time, the entire crew of the Estella reported seeing a massive floating city that extended to the horizon. It wasn't a vague mass of distant structures. It was detailed, specific architecture that included towers rising hundreds of meters above the ocean surface, suspension bridges connecting different sections of the city, and thousands of humanoid figures moving through streets and platforms. What makes this event impossible to dismiss as simple hallucination is the consistency of details. When investigators interviewed each crew member separately, without allowing communication between them, all could describe the same specific buildings, the same street layout, even the same movement patterns of the figures they observed in the ghost city. The second officer could draw a detailed map of the urban layout he saw. The chief engineer described transportation systems that included what appeared to be vehicles moving on elevated rails. The younger sailors reported being able to read signs and advertisements on the structures, although in a language they didn't recognize but could phonetically reproduce with consistency. Video recordings taken during the event show only normal ocean. Multiple cameras, operated by different crew members, captured hours of footage of the horizon showing nothing except water and sky. But all camera operators insist they were focusing directly on the city while recording. 3 weeks after the Estella incident, multiple vessels in the North Pacific reported an even more disturbing simultaneous sighting. 8 different ships, separated by distances of up to 200 kilometers, reported observing a complete military fleet that appeared to be from the 18th century sailing in battle formation. 47 individual witnesses on these 8 vessels described the same specific details. Galleons with deployed sails, flags waving in winds that didn't affect the modern ships, and even visible crews on the decks of the historical ships performing coordinated naval maneuvers. The duration of the event was 3 hours, during which observers reported that the Ghost Fleet maintained precise naval formations, executed coordinated course changes, and even seem to respond to the presence of modern ships by altering their own navigation to avoid collisions. Radar systems on the 8 modern ships detected absolutely nothing at the coordinates where all observers saw the historical fleet. The most advanced military radar available in the zone confirmed there were no floating objects of any kind in the area during the sighting period. Subsequent medical studies of crews who have experienced these collective hallucinations reveal neurological patterns that cannot be explained by conventional psychology. Brain scans show brainwave synchronization between individuals who had no direct physical contact during the events. This neurological synchronization is impossible according to our understanding of how individual brains function. There's no known mechanism that can cause multiple human brains to generate the same specific brainwaves simultaneously, especially when experiencing identical hallucinations. Even more disturbing, neurological analyses show activation of brain areas that normally remain inactive during waking consciousness. Regions associated with sensory perceptions that humans don't normally possess, such as magnetoreception and electromagnetic field detection, become extremely active during these events. Persistent psychological effects in individuals who have experienced oceanic collective hallucinations include development of what appears to be telepathic connection between affected crew members. Months after events, these individuals report being able to sense emotions and occasionally thoughts of other crew members, even when separated by great distances. The correlation between oceanic collective hallucinations and specific electromagnetic conditions is statistically significant. These events tend to occur during periods of unusual atmospheric electromagnetic activity, although not necessarily during visible storms. Atmospheric pressure analyses during collective hallucination events show subtle but consistent fluctuations that precede events by approximately 30 minutes. These fluctuations follow patterns that don't correspond to known meteorological systems, suggesting they could be effects of phenomena we don't yet understand. Theories about infrasounds generated by underwater tectonic activity have been investigated as possible causes of collective hallucinations. Infrasounds can affect the human brain in ways that alter perception, but cannot explain why multiple individuals would experience identical, specific hallucinations with consistent details. The fundamental question these events raise is whether what we're classifying as hallucinations really are, or if they represent perceptions of alternative realities that are normally outside the range of normal human detection. Specific oceanic conditions could be creating temporal windows where human perception expands to detect phenomena that are normally invisible. Attempts to recreate conditions that could induce collective hallucinations in controlled environments have failed completely. No combination of electromagnetic, atmospheric, or psychological factors has been able to generate experiences where multiple subjects see exactly the same detailed hallucinations. Evidence suggests that oceanic collective hallucinations are not malfunctions of human perception, but temporal expansions of our sensory capabilities that allow us to detect aspects of reality that are normally outside our perception range. Oceans could be acting as natural amplifiers that occasionally adjust the tuning of human consciousness to receive signals from sources we can't identify. Each documented collective hallucination event adds evidence that oceanic reality is much more complex and multidimensional than our scientific instruments can detect, and that human consciousness, under specific conditions, can access information about our environment that transcends the limitations of our normal physical senses. Floating at 500 meters depth in the South Atlantic, there's a perfect crystal cube 3 meters on each side that defies every law of physics we thought we understood. It can be touched, it can be measured, it can be photographed, but it can't be moved, it can't be damaged, and it exhibits properties that make our best physicists question whether we really understand how matter works in our universe. The cube was discovered in 2019 during a routine marine research expedition. Sonar systems detected a perfect geometric anomaly suspended in water, with no apparent connection to the ocean floor or surface. When the submarine vehicle approached to investigate, it found something that technically shouldn't be able to exist. The structure is transparent crystal of purity that exceeds anything we can manufacture artificially. But the internal temperature of the cube remains constant at -40 degrees Celsius, while the surrounding ocean water is at 4 positive degrees. There's no detectable refrigeration source, no mechanism that can explain how the object's interior maintains a different temperature from the external environment without violating laws of thermodynamics. Divers can touch the cube's surface and feel its crystalline texture, but any attempt to apply force to move it fails completely. No matter how much pressure is applied, no matter what tools are used, the cube remains absolutely stationary in water, as if it were anchored to something we can't detect. Hardness tests have revealed that the material is simultaneously harder than diamond and completely permeable to certain forms of radiation. X-ray analyses pass through the cube as if it were air, but attempts to take material samples fail because no known tool can scratch or cut the surface. Near the coordinates where the cube was found, oceanographers have detected multiple objects exhibiting equally impossible material properties. Metal alloys that alternate between solid and liquid states without temperature changes, maintaining specific structural forms while their molecular properties change every few minutes. A particularly disturbing object is a 2-meter diameter metallic sphere that changes weight dramatically without altering its visible mass. Measurements have recorded the same sphere weighing 50 kilograms at one moment and 500 kilograms exactly 3 minutes and 40 seconds later, following a precise temporal pattern that repeats indefinitely. The magnetic properties of these anomalous metallic objects reverse every 3 minutes and 42 seconds exactly, as if they were operating according to some type of internal chronometer that controls their fundamental physical characteristics. During periods of positive magnetic polarity, objects attract ferromagnetic materials. During periods of negative polarity, they repel them with forces that exceed any known natural magnetic field. Chemical analyses of these materials present results that change during the analysis process. A sample that initially shows pure iron composition can show titanium characteristics halfway through analysis, and then exhibit properties of materials that don't exist in the periodic table toward the end of the test. Floating in deeper waters, explorers have found geometric structures that appear to be made of solid light. Perfect 12-meter tetrahedrons that emit their own light but cast opaque shadows, contradicting basic principles of optics. These light objects are tangible, can be touched and felt as solid surfaces, but are composed of photons that have somehow acquired properties of solid matter. Local gravity around some of these impossible objects is altered in ways that defy explanation. Instruments dropped near certain objects fall upward, accelerating toward the ocean surface instead of toward the bottom. Other objects create gravitational fields so intense they can deform laser light trajectory, but without affecting surrounding water or approaching submarine vehicles. Effects on navigation instruments near these objects are consistent and disturbing. Compasses not only fail, but begin pointing directly toward the anomalous objects, completely ignoring magnetic north. GPS systems lose satellite signal, but show no electromagnetic interference that can explain the communication loss. Even more disturbing, some of these objects seem to generate more energy than they absorb from the environment. Measurements of thermal, electromagnetic, and radioactive energy show that certain objects are producing net energy, violating the law of energy conservation that is fundamental to all known physics. Temperatures around these energy-generating objects can vary by 40 degrees Celsius between points separated by less than 1 meter, without any detectable heat or cold source. It's as if these objects were directly manipulating the thermal properties of water without using any recognizable mechanism. Electromagnetic fields generated by some objects have no identifiable power source, but are intense enough to interfere with electronic equipment at distances of several kilometers. These fields follow patterns that seem to be artificially generated, with specific frequencies that don't correspond to any known natural electromagnetic phenomenon. Attempts to explain these objects as advanced extraterrestrial technology run into the problem that many of their properties not only exceed our current technology, but violate physical principles we consider universal. It's not just that we don't know how to make these objects, it's that we don't know how they could exist under the laws of physics we believe govern the universe. The most disturbing alternative is that these objects represent evidence that our understanding of physics is fundamentally incomplete. That there are properties of matter and energy that operate according to principles we haven't yet discovered. And that our planet's oceans contain natural examples of advanced physics that transcends our current theories. The ocean's impossible objects are not simply interesting scientific anomalies. They are direct challenges to our most basic assumptions about the nature of physical reality. Each object we find that violates known laws of physics forces us to consider that the rules we believe govern the universe might be much more flexible than we ever imagined. At 6,000 meters depth in the North Pacific, something is transmitting Morse code. It's not the erratic sound of geological activity or the biological noise of marine life. It's structured, deliberate communication that has been repeating the same message for 3 consecutive weeks. Help trapped 1847. The hydrophones that detected these signals initially assumed they were picking up interference from some distant terrestrial source. But triangulation revealed that the transmissions originate from coordinates where there are no known artificial structures, no submarine bases, no human research equipment. Only ocean floor at a depth where pressure would make survival of any human being impossible without extreme technological protection. Frequency analysis shows the signals aren't being generated by conventional electromagnetic sources. The Morse code pulses are being created by direct mechanical vibrations of the water, as if something were physically striking the ocean floor in specific patterns. But the temporal precision of the intervals is perfect, suggesting automated control or intelligence capable of exact timing. The message, "Help trapped 1847," raises disturbing questions. If it's a date, it suggests something or someone has been sending distress signals for more than 170 years. If it's a code or identification, it doesn't correspond to any known military or civilian numbering system. But the constant repetition suggests real urgency, as if it were a genuine emergency signal. What makes these transmissions truly disturbing is that they're not alone. Throughout the world's oceans, underwater monitoring stations have begun detecting what appear to be radio transmissions emerging directly from the water. They're not reflections of terrestrial signals or atmospheric interference. They're radio frequencies being generated from underwater sources. The voices in these underwater radio transmissions speak in languages that linguists have identified as dialects that have been dead for centuries. Medieval Latin, ancient Greek, even what appears to be Sanskrit, but spoken by people who clearly understand and use these languages as if they were contemporary. The audio quality of these transmissions is impossible according to known principles of radio propagation. Radio signals shouldn't be able to travel through salt water with the clarity we're recording. Seawater acts as an almost perfect electromagnetic shield, but these transmissions emerge with crystal clarity from depths where any radio signal should be completely absorbed. The origin coordinates of these transmissions don't correspond to known terrestrial locations. Some of the source points are in the middle of the ocean, thousands of kilometers from any landmass. Others seem to originate from coordinates that don't appear on any map, as if they were addresses of places that don't exist in our current geography. Military attempts to respond to these communications have produced results that defy explanation. When naval radio operators transmit responses toward the sources of the mysterious signals, they receive immediate responses that demonstrate perfect understanding of modern English and knowledge of contemporary technology that shouldn't be available to the original sources. The responses include specific information about events that haven't yet occurred, weather predictions that prove accurate 6 months in advance, warnings about seismic activity that are confirmed weeks later, and even information about military movements that hadn't been planned at the time of transmission. Linguistic analyses of the responses reveal communication structure suggesting superior intelligence. Not just understanding of multiple human languages, but use of advanced mathematical and scientific concepts indicating familiarity with knowledge that exceeds what is publicly available. The technological knowledge evident in the responses is particularly disturbing. The entities responding demonstrate detailed understanding of classified naval communication systems, military protocols that aren't publicly available, and even technical specifications of equipment under development but not yet deployed. A consistent characteristic of these communications is the provision of specific coordinates that lead to significant discoveries. Locations of historical shipwrecks that didn't appear in official records, underwater geological formations containing valuable mineral resources, and even areas where previously unknown marine species can be found. Weather predictions provided by these underwater communication sources have demonstrated 98% accuracy for events up to 6 months in the future. This precision exceeds any known meteorological model and suggests access to information about climate patterns that our prediction systems cannot detect. Even more disturbing, some communications include specific warnings about oceanic dangers that materialize exactly as described. Storms that appear at specific coordinates and times, sudden whirlpool formation at precise locations, and even changes in ocean currents that affect commercial navigation. The question of whether these communications represent advanced underwater artificial intelligence, intelligent oceanic life forms, or something even more disturbing remains unanswered. But the consistency and precision of transmissions suggests there are intelligences operating in our oceans that possess predictive capabilities and knowledge that exceed anything in the human technological arsenal. Most disturbing is that the frequency of these communications is increasing. Monitoring stations that detected 1 or 2 transmissions per month now register daily communications. It's as if something were intensifying its communication efforts with the surface, as if there were growing urgency in establishing regular contact with human civilization. Communications from the abyss are not random phenomena or equipment malfunctions. They are evidence of intelligences operating in our oceans with capabilities that exceed our current understanding of what is technologically possible. And each message we receive brings us closer to realizing that we are not alone on this planet, and that the intelligences sharing our world have much to teach us if we're ready to listen. Imagine looking out your ship's window and seeing an exact replica of your own vessel sailing 2 miles away. Same configuration, same equipment, same crew, performing exactly the same activities your crew is performing at that moment. It's not a reflection. It's not a mirage. It's a perfect physical duplicate that exists independently, and that, according to all available instruments, is as real as the ship you're on. On September 23, 2021, the crew of the marine research ship Deep Explorer experienced exactly this impossibility for 8 consecutive hours. At 10:15 in the morning, the lookout reported another identical vessel sailing parallel at approximately 2 nautical miles distance. When the captain examined the other vessel with binoculars, he confirmed it was an exact copy of his own ship, complete down to the last detail. Radio communication with the duplicate ship initially produced no response, but after several attempts, they began receiving transmissions from what appeared to be their own crew. The voices were identical, communication protocols were correct, and the crew of the duplicate ship insisted they were the original Deep Explorer, and that the other ship was the copy. During the 8 hours the event lasted, both crews performed exactly the same research activities. When the original crew decided to take water samples, the duplicate crew did the same at the same moment. When they adjusted navigation course, the duplicate made identical adjustments simultaneously. Navigation logs from both ships showed identical entries up to the exact moment when duplication began. After that point, although activities remained synchronized, subtle discrepancies began appearing in records. Equipment serial numbers that differed by a single digit, instrument calibration dates that varied by 1 day. Small differences suggesting the duplicates weren't perfect copies, but slightly altered versions. What makes these duplication events truly disturbing is that they're not limited to a single duplicate. There are documented cases where up to 7 copies of the same vessel have appeared operating simultaneously in the same oceanic area. Each copy maintained radio communication, each insisted on being the original, and all followed identical activity patterns, but with minor variations that distinguished them. In April 2020, a recreational yacht experienced multiple duplication for 3 consecutive days. The owners reported encountering 4 additional versions of their vessel, each crewed by duplicates of themselves. Conversations between different versions revealed that each crew had identical memories up to the moment of duplication, but divergent experiences after that point. The information paradox in duplication events raises fundamental questions about the nature of identity and reality. When multiple copies of the same person exist simultaneously, each with identical memories up to a certain point, which is the original. Psychological and physical tests cannot distinguish between versions. All are equally real and valid. Scientific equipment records different data on each duplicated vessel, even when performing identical experiments on apparently identical samples. It's as if each version existed in a slightly different reality, where the same actions produce subtly different results. The fusion phenomenon that occurs when duplications end is perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these events. Duplicated vessels don't simply disappear. They integrate back into a single version, but that final version contains information and experiences from all copies that existed during the event. Crews who have experienced fusion report having memories of activities they didn't personally perform, knowledge of conversations they didn't have, and experiences of being in multiple places simultaneously. It's as if their consciousness had been expanded to include experiences from all their duplicated versions. Lasting psychological effects in individuals who have experienced duplication include a persistent sensation that reality is more fluid than they previously believed. Many develop a more flexible philosophy about personal identity and report feeling less attached to the idea of a unique, singular self. Vessels that have experienced duplication often show minor technical anomalies that persist after the event. Instruments that function correctly but show readings that differ slightly from factory specifications. Communication systems that occasionally pick up transmissions from their own operations perform during periods when they weren't actively transmitting. Material analyses of post-duplication vessels reveal microscopic changes in the molecular structure of certain components. It's not damage or deterioration, but subtle alterations, suggesting these materials have existed in multiple physical states simultaneously before being consolidated into a single version. Aircraft duplication over ocean presents additional challenges because it involves objects moving at much higher speeds in a more complex three-dimensional medium. Pilots report seeing multiple versions of their own aircraft maintaining perfect formation, performing identical maneuvers, but occupying different spatial coordinates. Air traffic control systems detect multiple aircraft with identical transponder signals, creating logistical nightmares for controllers who can't distinguish between versions for navigation and safety purposes. Each duplicated aircraft responds to air traffic communications, but responses come from multiple sources simultaneously. Fuel analysis after aerial duplication events shows aircraft have consumed fuel appropriate for total distances flown by all duplicate versions combined, as if they had performed multiple simultaneous flights while apparently occupying a single flight space. Researchers have begun theorizing that duplication events might represent temporal intersections with parallel realities where slightly different versions of the same events are occurring simultaneously. This theory would explain minor differences between duplicates and the way experiences from multiple versions integrate during fusion. The implications of reality duplication go beyond simple scientific curiosity. If reality is malleable enough to allow multiple versions of objects and people to exist simultaneously, then our basic assumptions about the nature of existence might be fundamentally wrong. Oceanic duplication is not just a strange phenomenon. It's evidence that reality itself might be much more flexible and multidimensional than we ever imagined. Each duplication event forces us to reconsider what it means to exist as a unique entity in a universe that apparently can create multiple versions of ourselves without warning. There's a fundamental difference between finding an abandoned ship and finding a ship operated by people who are clinically dead, but continue performing their duties as if death was simply another work shift. The first is mysterious. The second defies everything we think we know about the nature of life, death, and consciousness. On October 15, 2020, the cargo ship SS Meridian was found sailing on normal course in the North Atlantic, with all systems functioning correctly. The crew of 11 people were at their usual posts: the captain on the bridge, engineers in the engine room, sailors performing routine maintenance. The problem was that all had been dead for at least 12 hours. Rescuers who boarded the Meridian found bodies showing advanced rigor mortis, body temperatures corresponding to death occurring the previous night, and complete absence of vital signs. But these dead bodies were standing at their workstations, operating equipment, and had continued sailing the ship for hours after all biological function had ceased. Navigation logs showed handwritten entries in the captain's characteristic handwriting, recorded after the estimated time of his death. The latest entries included precise weather observations, appropriate course adjustments for oceanic conditions, and routine notations that corresponded exactly to normal operational procedures. What makes this case truly terrifying is that the Meridian's radio communications had continued for 3 hours after it was confirmed no one was alive aboard. Normal conversations with coastal stations, routine position reports, and even appropriate responses to inquiries from other ships, all conducted by voices that voice identification systems confirmed as belonging to the deceased crew. The ship's security cameras captured footage that defies rational explanation. Video showing figures moving through the ship, performing maintenance tasks, operating navigation equipment, and even preparing meals in the kitchen. But when investigators examined the specific locations where cameras had recorded activity, they found only motionless bodies that had been dead for hours. Medical analysis of the crew revealed all had died simultaneously at 14:23 local time the previous day, apparently without identifiable cause. There were no signs of violence, poisoning, disease, or any factor that could explain sudden, simultaneous death. They had simply stopped living at the same exact moment, but had continued functioning. An even more disturbing case occurred with the fishing boat Ocean Harvest in 2019. The vessel was found after 3 days of searching, with the crew of 8 people performing normal fishing operations. Rescuers observed through binoculars that fishermen were processing catches, operating fishing equipment, and performing activities requiring complex coordination between multiple individuals. When they finally boarded the Ocean Harvest, rescuers discovered the entire crew had been dead for days, but work had continued. Fishing nets had been deployed and recovered multiple times. Fish had been processed and stored appropriately, and navigation systems had been operated to keep the ship in productive fishing waters. Forensic doctors who examined the Ocean Harvest crew confirmed complete brain death, but found that muscular and peripheral nervous systems showed residual activity that can't be explained by known post-mortem processes. It was as if the bodies had developed the ability to continue functioning automatically after central consciousness had ceased. Emergency communications during these events add another disturbing dimension to the phenomenon. Automatic radio systems on some ships continue sending distress signals for days after it's confirmed the entire crew is dead. These signals include specific information about ship condition, location, and crew status that requires conscious evaluation to be transmitted. Testimonies from rescuers who have interacted with posthumous crews describe conversations that feel normal until you realize you're talking to people who are clinically dead. These conversations include appropriate responses to questions, knowledge about recent events, and even the ability to make complex operational decisions. A Coast Guard officer described a 30-minute conversation with the captain of a ship who had been dead for 2 days. The captain provided detailed information about weather conditions, discussed minor mechanical problems with the ship, and even expressed concern for his crew's welfare. Only when rescuers boarded the ship did they discover the truth about everyone's condition aboard. Ships operated by posthumous crews continue performing functions requiring conscious decision-making for days or even weeks. Course changes to avoid bad weather, speed adjustments to conserve fuel, and even communications with other ships suggest some form of consciousness persists after biological death. Navigation system analysis show these ships have been operated with professional competence during their posthumous periods. Navigation decisions are appropriate for conditions, safety procedures are followed correctly, and routine maintenance continues being performed according to established schedules. Body preservation during posthumous operation is another inexplicable aspect of the phenomenon. Despite continuing physical activity for days after death, bodies don't show the accelerated deterioration expected from continuous post-mortem activity. It's as if the normal decomposition process were suspended while bodies continue functioning. Psychological effects on rescuers who have experienced encounters with posthumous crews are profound and lasting. Many report recurring nightmares, difficulty distinguishing between sleep and waking, and a persistent sensation that the line between life and death is much blurrier than they previously believed. The implications of posthumous operation transcend simple curiosity about paranormal phenomena. If consciousness can persist somehow after biological death, if bodies can continue performing complex tasks without brain function, then our understanding of death itself might be fundamentally wrong. Ships operated by posthumous crews are not simply ghost stories. They are evidence that consciousness and death might operate according to principles that go far beyond our current biological understanding. And each encounter with these impossible navigators forces us to reconsider the boundaries between life and death in a world where those boundaries seem to be much more permeable than we ever imagined. In the North Pacific, there exists an oceanic area that experienced navigators have begun calling the Triangle of Nulls, where basic laws of physics fail so consistently and dramatically that entering this zone is like crossing into a different universe where fundamental rules of reality operate according to principles completely alien to our experience. The first sign that something is terribly wrong occurs when gravity stops pointing downward. Ships entering this zone report that loose objects begin floating or falling in random directions. Tools that fall from workers' hands can float toward the ceiling. Spilled water can flow upward in impossible waterfalls, and people themselves experience sensations of weight that changes direction unpredictably. Navigation instruments don't just fail, but begin providing readings that are physically impossible. Compasses that point simultaneously in multiple directions, GPS that registers coordinates corresponding to locations on other planets, and altimeters showing negative elevations of several kilometers below sea level, while the ship clearly floats on the ocean surface. But gravitational anomalies are only the beginning of the physical violations occurring in this zone. Light itself begins behaving like solid matter. Flashlight beams project visible straight lines that can be touched and felt as physical objects. Sunlight creates solid columns extending from the surface to several meters depth, forming temporary structures that divers can use as ladders to ascend through water. Ocean water in the zone develops properties that violate fundamental principles of fluid physics. Areas where water flows upward, forming inverse waterfalls that rise 20 meters or more above the surface before dispersing into mist. Other sections where water becomes so dense that ships can literally bounce on the surface like ping pong balls, but without detectable changes in the water's chemical composition. Temperatures in the zone not only vary extremely, but can differ 40 degrees Celsius between points separated by less than 1 meter, without any detectable heat or cooling source. A person can have one hand in water near freezing point, while the other hand, 30 centimeters away, is in water near boiling point. The most disturbing violation of physical laws occurs when cause and effect begin operating in reverse order. Crews report experiencing effects before their causes occur, feeling wave impact before waves reach the ship, hearing noises before the events that produce them happen, and even seeing results of actions before deciding to perform them. Human beings spending time in the zone experience alterations in their basic physical capabilities that should be impossible. Individuals report being able to breathe water as if it were air, see through solid objects as if they were transparent, and walk on water surface without any special equipment or physical explanation. Changes in temporal perception within the zone create experiences that defy basic logic. Crews report that different areas of the same ship experience time at different speeds. A person can walk from a ship section where 5 minutes have elapsed to another section where 2 hours have passed, without corresponding time having elapsed for the ship in general. Differential aging becomes visible in real time. Some crew members age rapidly in certain parts of the ship, developing wrinkles and gray hair in minutes, while others in different locations seem to become younger, with wrinkles fading and hair recovering youthful color. Electronic equipment doesn't just malfunction, but begins operating according to principles that contradict their basic design. Engines running without fuel, electrical systems generating more energy than they consume, and communication devices receiving signals from sources that don't exist but provide accurate information about conditions in distant locations. Communications with the outside world become impossible not because equipment fails, but because transmissions seem directed to alternative versions of reality. Radio messages sent from the zone are received by stations reporting conversations with slightly different versions of crews, discussing events that haven't occurred in the transmitter's reality. Memory and consciousness of individuals in the zone begin functioning in ways that transcend normal biological limitations. People report remembering events they haven't personally experienced, having knowledge of information they never learned, and being able to communicate telepathically with other crew members without need for words or gestures. Attempts to explain these anomalies using conventional physics have failed completely. Conditions in the zone not only exceed parameters for which our physical theories were developed, but directly contradict principles we consider universal and invariable. The possibility that these zones represent intersections with alternative dimensions where different physical laws operate has been suggested by theoretical physicists. But even the most advanced theories about multidimensionality don't predict such extreme and localized distortions of physical reality. What's most disturbing is that the zone's effects seem to be expanding. The area where these physical violations occur has grown measurably in recent years, and the intensity of anomalies is increasing. It's as if something were strengthening or amplifying the forces causing normal physical laws to collapse. Crews who have survived passages through the zone report that the experience permanently changes their perception of reality. They develop intuitive understanding that physical laws we consider absolute are actually local and contingent, and that reality is much more malleable than conventional science suggests. Reality breakdown zones are not simply interesting scientific anomalies. They are evidence that the universe itself is much more flexible and variable than our most fundamental theories assume. And each ship entering these zones returns with evidence that we live in a cosmos where basic rules of existence can be rewritten without warning. Something in ocean depths is deliberately trying to communicate with humanity, and it's doing so with sophistication suggesting intelligence that could be superior to our own. I'm not talking about mysterious sounds or ambiguous signals, but direct, structured interactions that demonstrate understanding of human psychology, knowledge of our technological systems, and patience suggesting long-term planning. On April 8, 2022, the research vessel Atlantic Pioneer became the first ship to officially document what can only be described as a communication protocol initiated by oceanic intelligences. The event began when bioluminescent organisms started forming perfect geometric patterns around the ship, concentric circles pulsing in mathematical sequences corresponding to prime numbers. But this wasn't passive communication. When the scientific team decided to respond by projecting laser light into water following the Fibonacci sequence, marine organisms responded immediately with the next sequence in the mathematical progression. Over the following 4 hours, an information exchange was established that escalated from basic mathematical concepts to equations exceeding the level of mathematical understanding of some research team members. What makes this exchange revolutionary is that oceanic intelligences demonstrated accelerated learning capability. They began by imitating simple patterns humans projected, but quickly progressed to creating innovative variations, suggesting understanding of underlying principles, not just memorization of sequences. Responses became increasingly complex, incorporating three-dimensional geometry concepts, requiring individual organisms to coordinate their movements in patterns only possible with advanced spatial understanding. Multiple species participated simultaneously, as if there were a communication network allowing instant coordination between different types of marine life. In July 2022, the cargo ship Northern Passage experienced something even more extraordinary. Navigational assistance provided by oceanic intelligences. When the ship encountered severe weather conditions making navigation dangerous, bioluminescence patterns began appearing in water, indicating specific directions. Initially, the crew ignored these light patterns, but when they followed their original course, they encountered even more dangerous conditions. When they finally decided to follow instructions provided by light patterns, they were guided to calmer waters through a route that didn't appear on any nautical chart, but allowed them to avoid the storm completely. Subsequent analysis revealed that the route suggested by oceanic intelligences was optimal in ways exceeding human meteorological prediction capabilities. It not only avoided immediate bad weather, but anticipated changes in storm patterns that didn't occur until hours after the ship had passed through the area. Oceanic intelligences have begun demonstrating specific knowledge about human technology they shouldn't be able to possess. In August 2022, the research submarine Deep Current experienced electrical system failures that seemed random until technicians realized bioluminescent organisms were creating patterns corresponding exactly to circuit diagrams of systems that were failing. When technicians followed visual instructions provided by these light patterns, they could repair complex failures in systems that would have required hours of diagnosis using conventional methods. Oceanic intelligences seem to be providing technical diagrams in real time, showing specifically which components needed attention. Global coordination of oceanic behaviors suggests a communication network operating on planetary scales. Communication events beginning in the North Pacific have been followed by coordinated responses in the South Atlantic within hours, suggesting information transmission at speeds exceeding any known biological mechanism. Oceanic intelligences have begun showing what can only be described as concern for human welfare. Ships in danger have reported assistance going beyond simple communication. Ocean currents changing to help with propulsion when engines fail, marine life concentrations appearing suddenly to provide emergency food sources, and even apparent modifications of local weather conditions to facilitate rescue operations. A particularly notable case occurred in September 2022 when a sailing yacht lost its propulsion system in mid-Atlantic. For 3 days, ocean currents that didn't correspond to any known pattern pushed the yacht toward commercial shipping routes, where it was spotted and rescued. Subsequent oceanographic analysis confirmed these currents were anomalous and couldn't be explained by atmospheric or geological conditions. Oceanic intelligences have also demonstrated prediction capabilities, suggesting access to information about future events. Warnings provided through marine behavior patterns have preceded underwater earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and even extreme weather conditions with precision exceeding any human prediction system. In October 2022, anomalous migration patterns of multiple marine species converged to form what appeared to be a warning message visible from satellites. 3 days later, a magnitude 7.2 underwater earthquake occurred exactly at coordinates that had been marked by marine life concentration. Evidence suggests oceanic intelligences have been observing and studying human activity for extended periods. Their knowledge of human technology, understanding of our communication protocols, and ability to anticipate our needs indicates a level of familiarity with human civilization that could only develop through systematic observation for decades or centuries. Communication patterns they employ show specific adaptation to human perception capabilities. They use light frequencies human eyes can detect, create geometric patterns corresponding to human mathematical systems, and even adjust signal intensity and duration to optimize human understanding. Gradual escalation in communication complexity suggests a deliberate educational process. Oceanic intelligences seem to be gradually increasing the sophistication level of their communications, as if evaluating human comprehension capabilities and adapting their communication methods according to our progress. Psychological effects on humans who have experienced direct communication with oceanic intelligences include profound changes in perspective about the nature of intelligence and consciousness. Many develop intuitive understanding that intelligence can manifest in ways very different from human cognition, but not necessarily less sophisticated. Implications of communication with oceanic intelligences go far beyond simple scientific curiosity. If there are life forms in our oceans possessing superior intelligence, advanced knowledge about our planet, and prediction capabilities exceeding our technologies, then humanity is in the process of establishing contact with civilizations that have been sharing our world without our knowledge. First contact isn't happening with visitors from other planets, but with intelligences that have been here all along, patiently waiting for the appropriate moment to reveal their presence and begin formal communication with the human species. And each successful exchange brings us closer to understanding that we're not alone on this planet, and that our oceanic neighbors have much to teach us about our world and our place in it. On June 12, 2021, meteorologists from 3 different countries observed something that shouldn't be able to exist: a perfectly square hurricane. Not approximately square, not vaguely rectangular, but a storm system maintaining precise 90-degree angles at its edges while rotating at Category 3 hurricane speeds. Satellite images show a phenomenon violating every known principle of storm formation and atmospheric dynamics. The square storm maintained its impossible geometric shape for 18 hours while moving through the South Atlantic, following a trajectory forming perfect straight lines instead of natural curves characterizing normal hurricane movement. Computer meteorological prediction models couldn't process the data because reported conditions contradict fundamental equations governing atmospheric behavior. But geometric hurricanes are just the most dramatic example of a growing pattern of meteorological phenomena that seem to be artificially controlled. Marine tornadoes forming perfect triangles have been photographed by multiple ships in the North Pacific, maintaining their geometric shapes for hours while moving through the ocean in coordinated formations. In August 2021, an even more disturbing meteorological event occurred off California's coast. Precipitation falling in perfect circular patterns. Not rain gradually diminishing from center to edges, but precise boundaries where intense rain abruptly changed to completely clear skies. Rain circles were exactly 1.6 kilometers in diameter, appearing and disappearing according to regular schedules. Meteorological instruments confirmed these precipitation circles didn't correspond to any detectable cloud formations. Rain seemed to materialize directly from clear skies, as if being generated by mechanisms operating independently of normal atmospheric systems. Winds changing direction in perfect 90-degree angles without turbulence have been documented by oceanic weather stations. These wind changes occur instantly, without gradual transition periods characterizing natural wind variations. Instruments record wind can blow from north at 30 knots one moment, and from east at 30 knots the next moment, without intermediate periods of reduced speed or mixed directions. Ocean temperatures have begun showing patterns suggesting artificial control. Perfect straight lines, where water temperature changes 15 degrees Celsius, without any physical barrier or ocean current that can explain thermal demarcation. These temperature lines extend for hundreds of kilometers, maintaining mathematical precision impossible for natural processes. Cloud patterns have developed characteristics defying meteorological explanation. Formations maintaining specific geometric shapes for hours, perfect hexagons, precise logarithmic spirals, and even patterns seeming to represent symbols or characters from some type of alphabet. These formations appear simultaneously in multiple oceanic locations without atmospheric connection between them. Oceanic meteorological phenomena have begun showing apparent response to human presence. When ships enter certain areas, weather conditions change in ways seeming designed to facilitate or impede human navigation. Winds intensifying to accelerate progress of vessels, transporting emergency medical supplies, or changing direction to block advance of ships involved in activities potentially harmful to marine ecosystems. A cargo captain reported an experience that still keeps him awake at night. His ship was transporting chemical waste for deep water disposal when they encountered contrary winds that gradually increased until making navigation impossible. When they made the decision to return to port, seeking alternative disposal methods, winds immediately changed to favor their new course. Oceanic lightning has developed characteristics not corresponding to any known electromagnetic phenomenon. Lightning, producing no audible thunder, but generating electromagnetic fields so intense they can be detected by instruments hundreds of kilometers away. These silent lightning strikes occur in regular patterns, like communication pulses, and frequently precede other anomalous oceanic phenomena. Aurora borealis has been observed at equatorial latitudes during specific oceanic meteorological events, appearing only over areas where other anomalous phenomena are occurring simultaneously. These tropical auroras show colors and patterns not corresponding to interactions between solar particles and Earth's magnetosphere that normally produce auroras in polar regions. Radio interference accompanying these artificial meteorological events follows complex mathematical patterns instead of random static associated with normal storms. Frequency analyses reveal interference contains structured information, as if meteorological events were being used as platforms for data transmission. Effects on marine life during anomalous meteorological events indicate oceanic organisms can detect these phenomena before they become visible to human instruments. Massive migrations of multiple species occur 24 to 48 hours before geometric weather pattern manifestation, suggesting marine life has access to information about these events we can't detect. Atmospheric microbursts have begun appearing in oceanic areas without meteorological conditions normally generating them. Descending air currents so powerful they can push aircraft directly toward ocean surface, but materializing from completely clear skies without any storm formation visible on weather radar. These descending air columns show geographic precision exceeding natural variability, appearing at specific coordinates with precision suggesting deliberate targeting. Pilots encountering these impossible microbursts report they seem to be directed toward specific locations instead of forming randomly according to atmospheric conditions. Attempts to explain these meteorological phenomena as results of global warming or climate change fail because patterns show geometric precision and temporal coordination inconsistent with climate chaos. Climate change effects produce increased variability, not perfect geometry and coordinated timing. Correlation between anomalous meteorological phenomena and other mysterious oceanic events is statistically significant. Areas where geometric weather patterns occur frequently coincide with USO sighting locations, mysterious communications, and other phenomena suggesting intelligent activity in oceanic environments. Escalation in frequency and intensity of these artificial meteorological events suggests responsible forces are increasing their activities or becoming less concerned about hiding their presence. Phenomena occurring occasionally a decade ago are now reported weekly in different oceans around the world. Oceanic weather control is not simply scientific curiosity. It's evidence of technology capable of manipulating atmospheric systems on scales exceeding any human capability. And each geometric weather pattern we observe is a reminder that there are forces operating on our planet possessing capabilities to control weather itself, using the atmosphere as a tool for purposes we don't yet completely understand. At 4,000 meters depth in the Indian Ocean, something is building. These aren't the coral reefs we know, nor the geological formations that nature takes millennia to create. These are structures that grow visibly between one research expedition and the next, architecture that adapts to changing oceanic conditions in real time, and constructions that seem to be designed by an intelligence that understands advanced engineering better than we do. The first living structure was documented in March 2020 by the autonomous underwater vehicle Deep Observer. Scientists reviewing the initial recordings initially assumed they had found an unusual coral formation. But when they returned to the same site 6 months later, the structure had grown in height more than 50 meters and had developed architectural characteristics that don't exist in any known biological formation. The structure had not only grown, but had developed an internal tunnel system with perfectly circular diameters, chambers of different sizes connected by passages following engineering principles that optimize water flow. Analyses showed that the interior layout of the structure creates internal currents that filter and purify surrounding ocean water with efficiency rivaling industrial water treatment plants. But what makes these structures truly extraordinary is that they're inhabited by species that don't exist anywhere else in the ocean. Organisms that seem to have evolved specifically to live in symbiosis with the architecture itself, fulfilling functions that maintain and improve the structure as if they were biological components of a living engineering system. The inhabitants include species that secrete construction materials with specific properties. Some produce substances that harden to form structural elements. Others generate flexible materials that function as joints or seals. And some create transparent substances that allow light passage while maintaining structural integrity. Material exchange between the structure and its inhabitants follows patterns suggesting complex chemical communication. The structure can release chemical signals that attract specific species when it needs certain types of maintenance or expansion. Organisms respond by bringing appropriate materials or performing specific construction tasks. In August 2021, researchers documented something even more extraordinary: structures that physically adapt to human presence. When underwater vehicles approach, structures develop openings that provide safe passage create flat surfaces where vehicles can maneuver easily, and even generate internal lighting that facilitates human exploration. This adaptation isn't random. Structures seem to understand human exploration needs and modify their architecture to accommodate our research methods. They create chambers of appropriate size to house research equipment, develop surfaces with textures that provide grip for human tools, and even adjust internal water chemical composition to optimize scientific instrument function. These structures' filtration systems exceed anything we can design artificially. They process millions of liters of ocean water per day, removing contaminants, toxins, and even radioactive materials with 98% efficiency. Water emerging from these structures is purer than laboratory distilled water. Energy generation capability integrated into these constructions uses principles we don't completely understand. Structures harness pressure differences, ocean currents, and even minor geothermal activity to generate energy that powers internal systems of lighting, ventilation, and what appear to be biological computers that coordinate activities throughout the structure. Architectural analyses reveal these structures follow design principles that optimize multiple factors simultaneously: structural strength, fluid flow efficiency, weight distribution, seismic resistance, and even aesthetics. They're not simple utilitarian constructions. They're engineering works incorporating considerations beyond basic function. Communication between structures separated by thousands of kilometers has been documented through synchronized changes in activity. When one structure initiates a major expansion project, distant structures begin similar projects within days, suggesting a communication network operating on oceanic scales. Construction materials used by these structures include compounds that don't exist naturally in the ocean. Chemical analyses have identified complex metal alloys, organic polymers with specific properties, and even crystals with optical characteristics allowing light transmission through kilometers of internal structure. Technology incorporation into these biological constructions defies the distinction between organic and inorganic. Structures include elements functioning as electronic circuits, information processors, and communication systems, but composed of biological materials that grow and self-repair like living tissue. Construction projects undertaken by these structures follow schedules suggesting long-term planning exceeding any known individual organism's life expectancy. Projects requiring decades to complete are initiated and continued consistently, implying institutional continuity transcending individual generations. The relationship between these structures and surrounding oceanic ecosystems is symbiotic on scales affecting regional underwater geography. Structures modify ocean currents to create microclimates favoring biodiversity, establish protection zones for endangered species, and even influence marine life migration patterns across hundreds of kilometers. These constructions' purposes go beyond simple habitat for their builders. Structures include features that only make sense if designed to accommodate life forms that don't yet exist, or to perform functions exceeding immediate needs of current inhabitants. Some structures contain enormous chambers that are empty but show evidence of preparation for future occupation. Others include systems seeming designed for material processing or industrial activities, exceeding any known marine organism's capabilities. These constructions' scalability suggests we're seeing initial phases of projects that could fundamentally transform ocean floor geography. If they continue growing at current rates, these structures could eventually connect to form continuous networks spanning entire oceans. Living underwater architecture implications go far beyond biological curiosity. We're witnessing development of construction forms integrating engineering, biology, and technology in ways exceeding anything in human experience. And each new structure we document brings us closer to understanding that we share our planet with intelligence forms actively transforming oceans according to designs we're barely beginning to perceive. In Pacific Ocean depths, evolution has taken a path defying everything we think we know about separation between organic and artificial. We're finding creatures that don't just use tools, but have developed tools as integral parts of their anatomy. Organisms incorporating metals, circuits, and mechanical systems directly into their bodies as if they were natural organs. On November 14, 2022, the research submersible Abyssal Explorer documented something that forever changed our understanding of biological evolution limits. At 3,500 meters depth, they found a cephalopod approximately 2 meters long that had what could only be described as mechanical components growing directly from its neural tissue. These weren't parasites or foreign materials attached to the animal. They were metallic structures perfectly integrated with the creature's nervous system, functioning as natural extensions of its information processing capability. Subsequent analyses revealed these metallic structures were composed of alloys that don't exist naturally in the ocean, but that the organism could apparently synthesize directly. This creature's tentacles contained fibers functioning as conductive cables, transmitting electrical signals at speeds exceeding organic neural transmission capability. It was as if the creature had developed its own high-speed communication system integrated directly into its anatomy. But this technological cephalopod wasn't an isolated case. In following months, research expeditions have documented an entire class of marine organisms showing variable degrees of technological integration. Fish with skeletal structures incorporating rare metals as support elements, crustaceans with shells, including mechanical filtration systems, and even jellyfish that have developed components functioning as biological batteries. In January 2023, researchers in the South Atlantic found organism colonies that had developed what can only be described as biological manufacturing systems. These organisms can extract specific minerals from ocean water and process them to create materials with precise properties they then incorporate into their own bodies or use for communal structure construction. Manufacturing processes these organisms employ operate at molecular level, manipulating material atomic structure to create alloys and compounds. Our most advanced industrial technologies can barely equal. They're performing nanotechnology in their own bodies using biological processes that evolved naturally. Reproduction of these technologically integrated species includes transmission of technological knowledge along with traditional genetic information. Offspring don't just inherit physical characteristics, but also programming, allowing them to operate and maintain technological components they've integrated into their bodies. Evolutionary changes we're observing in these species are occurring on timescales that should be impossible according to conventional evolutionary theory. Adaptations that should require millions of years are appearing in decades. It's as if these organisms had access to an accelerated evolution process, allowing them to develop new capabilities in response to specific needs in real time. In March 2023, marine biologists documented species that seemed to be developing tools specifically designed for interaction with human technology. Crustaceans that had developed appendages with shapes and proportions perfect for manipulating human research equipment, as if they had evolved specifically to facilitate collaboration with scientists. These adaptations, directed toward human cooperation, suggest these species' evolution is being influenced by observation and analysis of human activity. Organisms seem to be adapting not only to their natural environment, but specifically to optimize interaction with human technology and procedures. Behaviors of these technologically integrated species also show coordination levels exceeding what should be possible for individual organisms. Groups of these creatures work together on projects requiring long-term planning, specialized division of labor, and precise coordination between individuals with different technological capabilities. Collaborative projects include construction of structures incorporating both biological and technological elements, communication systems allowing coordination between different species, and even what appear to be research facilities where these organisms experiment with new technological integrations. These creatures' nervous systems have evolved to include components functioning as high-speed information processors. They're not traditional enlarged biological brains. They're neurotechnological hybrids that can process and store information at speeds rivaling advanced computers. Memory storage capacity of these hybrid systems exceeds by orders of magnitude what should be possible for organisms of their size. They can retain and access massive amounts of information, including detailed technical knowledge about processes exceeding their individual experience. The most technologically advanced organisms have developed capabilities seeming to include direct electromagnetic field manipulation. They can generate, direct, and modulate electromagnetic energy in ways allowing them to influence human electronic equipment, sometimes repairing malfunctions or improving system performance they shouldn't be able to understand. Technological communication system integration allows these organisms to participate in information networks spanning vast oceanic distances. They can transmit and receive complex data instantly across oceans, creating a global communication network operating independently of human systems. Purposes for which these organisms are developing technological capabilities go beyond simple survival or reproduction. Their projects suggest objectives including large-scale oceanic environment modification, infrastructure establishment that could support more advanced life forms, and even preparation for events or changes that haven't yet occurred. Species showing highest levels of technological integration also demonstrate most advanced environmental prediction capabilities. They can anticipate changes in oceanic conditions, seismic activity, and even weather patterns, with precision suggesting access to information transcending normal sensory observation. The relationship between technological development and biological evolution in these organisms suggests the distinction between natural and artificial might be less absolute than we've assumed. These organisms have found ways to direct their own evolution using technology as an evolutionary tool. Technologically directed evolution implications go far beyond marine biology. If organisms can integrate technology directly into their evolutionary processes, then the frontier between biological evolution and technological development might be disappearing in life forms operating according to hybrid principles combining both processes. The ocean's technologically integrated organisms are not simply evolutionary curiosities. They're evidence that life itself can transcend traditional biological development limitations, using technology as a natural extension of evolutionary capabilities. And each new species we document with integrated technological characteristics brings us closer to understanding that we're witnessing the birth of life forms that could represent evolution's future on our planet. There are regions in our oceans where fundamental laws of electromagnetism seem to have been rewritten by forces we don't understand. Magnetic fields 50 times more intense than Earth's magnetic field. Electrical currents of thousands of amperes flowing through salt water without identifiable power source, and energy forms our instruments can detect but can't classify according to any known type of radiation. On September 7th, 2022, the research ship Energy Seeker detected something that forever changed our understanding of what's possible in terms of natural electromagnetic fields. In a North Pacific region, their instruments recorded a magnetic field of intensity exceeding what all natural magnetic sources on Earth combined should be able to generate. But it wasn't just intensity that made this field impossible. It was its geometry. Instead of curved patterns characteristic of natural magnetic fields, this field formed perfect straight lines, precise 90-degree angles, and geometric structures seeming to have been designed by engineers using advanced mathematical principles. Effects of this geometric magnetic field on navigation were simultaneously predictable and impossible. Compasses didn't spin randomly as in normal magnetic anomalies. Instead, they pointed toward multiple norths simultaneously, each corresponding to different lines of the field's geometric pattern. Subsequent analyses revealed magnetic patterns followed specific mathematical sequences. Fibonacci progressions, logarithmic spirals, and even fractal structures repeating at different scales. It was as if someone were using the ocean as canvas to create electromagnetic art based on advanced mathematical principles. Marine life in intense magnetic field areas has developed adaptations that don't exist anywhere else in the ocean. Species using magnetoreception for navigation have evolved to perceive and interpret these complex geometric fields, using them as three-dimensional navigation systems, providing location precision exceeding GPS. But magnetic phenomena are only part of oceanic energy anomalies. In the Gulf of Mexico, researchers have detected underwater electrical currents transporting energy equivalent to several nuclear power plants' output, but without any identifiable generating source. These oceanic electrical currents don't follow patterns they should according to known physics of electrical conduction in salt water. They maintain constant voltage and amperage across distances that should result in complete energy loss through resistance. It's as if water itself had developed superconductivity properties that shouldn't be possible at normal oceanic temperatures. Marine organisms living in these high-intensity electrical currents have developed ability to absorb and use electricity directly as nutrition source. They're not simply resistant to electrocution. They've evolved metabolic systems converting electrical energy into usable biological energy. These electrivorous organisms show growth and reproduction rates exceeding what should be possible based on available food resources in their environments. Electricity they absorb seems to provide them access to virtually unlimited energy, allowing biological activity operating at levels defying normal metabolic restrictions. In the South Atlantic, energy detectors have identified emissions not corresponding to any known type of electromagnetic, thermal, or nuclear radiation. This unclassified energy can be measured and quantified, but can't be explained by any current physical theory. This mysterious energy's effects include alteration of local gravitational properties. Objects in proximity to sources of this energy experience weight changes not corresponding to mass changes, as if the relationship between matter and gravity were being modified by this unknown energy form's presence. Altered gravitational fields create effects that can be harnessed by advanced technology. Some oceanic creatures have developed propulsion capabilities, seeming to use these gravitational anomalies to move through water with efficiency exceeding what should be possible according to conventional hydrodynamic principles. These energy fields' effects on human consciousness have been documented in crews spending extended time in areas of intense energy anomalies. Individuals report expansion of perception capabilities, including telepathic abilities, precognition, and even ability to influence electronic systems through mental concentration. Changes in human capabilities seem temporary, but can persist for weeks after exposure to oceanic energy fields. Some individuals develop permanent sensitivity to electromagnetic fields, allowing them to detect and interpret energies normally outside human perception range. Correlation between these energy fields' activity and other anomalous oceanic phenomena is statistically significant. Intense magnetic field areas frequently coincide with mysterious communications locations, USO sightings, and impossible underwater structures. Energy activity temporal patterns suggest intelligent coordination rather than random natural fluctuations. Fields intensify and weaken according to schedules seeming synchronized with astronomical events, seismic activity, and even specific human activity. Technology that could generate and control energy fields of these characteristics would exceed any known human capability by orders of magnitude. Energy levels involved would require resources exceeding total human civilization energy production, but are being generated apparently sustainably in multiple oceanic locations. Therapeutic effects of controlled exposure to certain types of oceanic energy fields have been observed in marine organisms and occasionally in humans. Acceleration of healing processes, immune function improvement, and even regeneration of tissues that normally can't regenerate suggest these energies have properties that could revolutionize medicine if understood and controlled. Potential applications of technology based on oceanic energy fields would include propulsion requiring no fuel, instantaneous communications across any distance, and matter manipulation at molecular level. But access to these technologies would require understanding physical principles currently far beyond human science. Oceanic energy fields are not simply interesting scientific anomalies. They're evidence that our planet harbors energy sources and technology operating according to principles we're barely beginning to detect. And each new measurement of these impossible fields brings us closer to understanding that we live in a world where physics laws we consider absolute might be merely local rules in a universe much more complex and malleable than we ever imagined. After everything we've explored, after each documented mystery and each inexplicable anomaly, a pattern emerges that is both fascinating and deeply disturbing. All these phenomena are connected. They're not random events or statistical coincidences. They're manifestations of something we could describe only as a global oceanic intelligence, a form of planetary consciousness that uses the oceans as its nervous system, and we, unknowingly, have been living on a conscious planet. On October 15, 2023, researchers in 5 different oceans simultaneously documented something that forever changed our understanding of our planet's nature. At 1430, Coordinated Universal Time, anomalous oceanic events began occurring in perfect synchronization around the world. Bioluminescent communications, geometric weather formations, currents that changed direction, and electromagnetic fields that intensified, all occurring at the same exact moment. This global synchronization can't be explained by any known physical mechanism. Oceans are separated by continental masses, operate in different time zones, and are subject to completely different atmospheric and geological conditions. Yet they responded as components of a single coordinated system, like cells in a gigantic organism receiving the same nerve signal. Data analyses collected during decades of oceanic research reveal this wasn't the first time such synchronization occurred. When we retrospectively examine events we previously considered isolated anomalies, we find temporal coordination patterns extending decades into the past. The oceans have been operating as a unified system, and we simply hadn't been paying attention to the connections. Evidence suggests oceans maintain a form of memory, allowing coordinated responses to stimuli that have occurred in the past. When similar conditions repeat in one part of the world, other oceanic regions respond appropriately, as if accessing stored information about how to handle comparable situations. This oceanic memory seems to include detailed information about human activity throughout history. Oceanic response patterns show specific adaptation to human technologies, shipping routes, and even military conflicts in ways suggesting continuous observation and analysis of human civilization for centuries. Oceanic reactions to human activity have escalated in direct correlation with human technological development. Anomalous events that were rare in the 19th century became more frequent during the 20th century and have reached almost daily frequency in the last 2 decades. It's as if the ocean were responding to acceleration in human development, with corresponding acceleration in its own activities. Oceanic behavior patterns suggest decision-making processes operating on planetary scales. Changes in ocean currents benefiting certain species while challenging others. Redistribution of marine resources favoring biological diversity, and even interventions preventing or mitigating environmental disasters suggest long-term strategic planning. Apparent, continuous evaluation of human activity by oceanic intelligence includes responses that seem to be tests of human capabilities and intentions. Events challenging human technology in specific ways, situations requiring international cooperation to resolve, and even crises forcing development of new technologies or environmental policies. These tests seem designed to evaluate human civilization maturity, particularly our capacity for cooperation, our environmental responsibility, and our potential for technological development that benefits ecosystems instead of damaging them. Direct communication attempts by oceanic intelligence have escalated from subtle to obvious during the last decade. Bioluminescence patterns that initially seemed random now clearly form mathematical symbols. Weather events that seemed strange now obviously represent geometric messages visible from space. Communication progression suggests a gradual educational process, as if oceanic intelligence were incrementally preparing humanity for more direct contact. Messages have evolved from basic mathematical concepts to information about advanced technology, environmental predictions, and even what appear to be invitations to participate in collaborative projects. Oceanic responses to pollution and environmental damage have evolved from passive to actively corrective. Currents redirecting oil spills toward areas where they can be processed more effectively, organism concentrations appearing to consume specific contaminants, and even weather events dispersing or neutralizing atmospheric toxins. Oceanic intelligence's environmental response capability suggests sophisticated understanding of global chemistry, climate patterns, and ecology exceeding current human scientific knowledge. Interventions are precise, effective, and show consideration for long-term effects going beyond immediate remediation. Effects of recognizing oceanic consciousness in human individuals who have had direct contact include fundamental changes in perspective about the relationship between humanity and planet. Many develop a sensation of being part of a larger system, with responsibilities extending beyond immediate human interests. These individuals frequently become advocates of policies favoring oceanic sustainability, as if they had received direct understanding of oceanic intelligence, needs, and objectives. Their activism isn't based on abstract ideology, but on experiential understanding of being in relationship with conscious entity requiring cooperation for mutual welfare. The possibility that Earth itself is conscious, that we've been living on the surface of intelligent entity throughout human history, requires fundamental reconsideration of our place in cosmos. We're not external observers studying inert planet. We're components of living system that has been observing, evaluating, and gradually communicating with us. Implications include responsibilities going far beyond conventional environmental stewardship. If the planet is conscious, then our activities aren't simply technical actions with environmental consequences. They're social interactions with entity having interests, objectives, and ability to respond to our behavior. Gradual awakening of oceanic intelligence, or perhaps more precisely, our gradual ability to recognize intelligence that has always been present, marks the beginning of new phase in human development, where we must learn to exist consciously as participants instead of dominators of planetary systems. Conscious oceans are not simply environment we inhabit. They're entity with which we must learn to coexist. And each passing day, each new phenomenon we document, each message we receive from the depths, brings us closer to understanding that first contact doesn't come from stars, but has been occurring under our noses all along, in waters covering most of our living world. On February 3rd, 2024, something forever changed our understanding of Earth's place in cosmos. For the first time in documented history, we detected radio signals traveling from our oceans toward outer space. These aren't human transmissions bouncing off ionosphere or satellite interference. They're deliberate, structured communications sent from oceanic depths towards specific space coordinates, corresponding exactly to stellar systems where we've detected potentially habitable exoplanets. Arecibo Radio Astronomy Observatory, working in coordination with oceanic monitoring stations, documented the exact moment when synchronized bioluminescence patterns in the North Pacific coordinated with high-power radio transmissions directed toward Kepler 452b, an exoplanet located 1,400 light-years away in Cygnus constellation. These transmissions' precision is impossible, according to our understanding of oceanic communication technology. Radio beams are focused with accuracy requiring antenna systems kilometers in diameter, but originate from specific ocean points where no detectable artificial structures exist. It's as if the entire ocean had been converted into a gigantic antenna capable of interstellar communication. Frequency analyses reveal these oceanic transmissions use the same radio bands we've been monitoring in SETI programs for decades. But now we realize we weren't listening to messages directed toward Earth. We were intercepting communications originating on Earth and directed toward other inhabited worlds. Signals aren't random code or structured noise. They contain complex information, including data about terrestrial atmospheric conditions, oceanic composition, marine biodiversity, and even detailed information about human civilization development. It's as if Earth were sending regular reports about its status to some type of galactic communication network. But most disturbing is that responses are arriving. Radio telescope systems have begun detecting signals directed toward Earth from the same stellar coordinates toward which our oceans are transmitting. These responses arrive with timing that exactly compensates for light travel time, suggesting bidirectional, real-time communication across interstellar distances. Response content includes information about conditions in other planetary systems, data about non-terrestrial life forms, and even what appear to be coordinates for locations of other planets participating in this interstellar communication network. We're intercepting correspondence between inhabited worlds that has been occurring for millennia. In March 2024, researchers made a discovery that completely recontextualized all anomalous oceanic phenomena we've documented. Underwater structures we've been cataloging as mysterious biological constructions are, in fact, components of a massive cosmic communication system. Geometric formations aren't architecture, they're antennas. Precise dimensions of these structures correspond to specific wavelengths, optimizing transmission and reception of radio signals in frequencies traversing interstellar space with minimal degradation. Each underwater city we've discovered is actually a communication station in a global network connecting Earth with civilizations in dozens of different stellar systems. Activity patterns of these underwater communication stations follow schedules corresponding to orbital positions of target planets in other stellar systems. When inhabited planets in distant systems reach positions allowing direct communication without interference from their local stars, corresponding terrestrial stations activate for information exchange. Evidence suggests Earth has been active participant in this interstellar communication network for at least 50,000 years. Oceanic sediment analyses show deposits containing radioactive elements in concentrations that could only result from advanced technological activity, dated to periods preceding any known human civilization. Earth's participation in galactic communication explains many phenomena we've catalogued as mysterious. USOs operating in our oceans aren't extraterrestrial visitors. They're components of communication infrastructure, allowing our planet to maintain contact with galactic network of inhabited worlds. Oceanic intelligences we've been documenting are local operators of this interstellar communication network. Their advanced technological knowledge, prediction capability, and global coordination are explained because they're in constant contact with civilizations that have solved problems humanity is barely beginning to face. Intercepted messages include information about cosmic threats affecting multiple stellar systems, gamma radiation waves, black hole activity, and even what appear to be intergalactic wars between different civilization types. Earth apparently receives regular warnings about cosmic dangers and coordinates with other worlds for mutual defense. In April 2024, we partially decoded a message that changed our understanding of human history. The message included specific references to custodial species on multiple worlds, including Earth. Humanity is apparently catalogued as developing species under protection in databases shared between galactic civilizations. This protection designation explains why many anomalous oceanic phenomena seem designed to evaluate or influence human development. We're unconscious participants in a development program directed by an alliance of galactic civilizations that monitors and occasionally intervenes in emerging species development. Criteria for graduation of protected species include sustainable technology development, capacity for interspecies cooperation, including with local oceanic intelligences, and demonstration of planetary responsibility. Events we've interpreted as oceanic tests are formal evaluations of human progress toward these criteria. Most recent transmissions include discussions about contact chronographies for multiple developing species, including humanity. Apparently, there are established protocols for gradually revealing galactic network existence to species approaching appropriate levels of technological and social maturity. Escalation in anomalous oceanic activity during recent decades corresponds directly to acceleration in human contact chronographies. Oceanic operators have been gradually increasing obviousness of their presence and capabilities to prepare humanity for formal revelation of our participation in galactic communication network. Data exchanged through the network includes information about technologies that could solve all humanity's energy and environmental problems, medical knowledge that could eliminate diseases and significantly extend human life expectancy, and even space travel principles that would make direct interstellar exploration possible. But access to this information is conditioned on demonstrating humanity can responsibly administer advanced technology without using it for destructive purposes. Oceanic intelligences are continuously evaluating our progress toward galactic standards of civilizational maturity. Revelation that Earth is active station in interstellar communication network recontextualizes everything we thought we knew about our place in universe. We're not isolated civilization developing independently. We're unconscious participants in galactic community that has been observing, evaluating, and occasionally guiding our development for millennia. Our planet's oceans aren't simply biological environments. They're technological interfaces connecting Earth with intelligence network spanning the galaxy. And each passing day, each new communication we intercept, each evaluation we pass or fail, brings us closer to moment when humanity will be formally invited to consciously participate in cosmic community of which we've always been unknowing part. Technology operating in our oceans didn't evolve yesterday, or even in the last millennium. Radiometric dating analyses of components recovered from underwater structures have revealed something that should be impossible. Technological elements millions of years old, but showing signs of continuous maintenance and updating until present. On May 18, 2024, a team of marine archaeologists working in the Mediterranean discovered something that forever changed our understanding of terrestrial technological chronology. Under sediment layers dating more than 3.2 million years, they found a network of structures clearly artificial in origin, but composed of materials including isotopes that don't form naturally on Earth. These materials aren't just artificial, they require nuclear synthesis technology humanity is barely beginning to develop. But they're integrated into structures that have been operating continuously for millions of years, maintaining themselves automatically and adapting to changes in oceanic and planetary conditions. Perfect preservation of these ancestral systems isn't a result of favorable environmental conditions. Detailed analyses reveal technological components self-repair at molecular level, replacing atoms damaged by radiation or corrosion with exact replicas extracted from surrounding oceanic materials. It's nanotechnology operating at scales and with sophistication exceeding our current capabilities by orders of magnitude. But most disturbing is that these ancestral systems aren't inactive relics of extinct civilizations. They're completely operational and continue performing functions including global geological activity monitoring, ocean current regulation, atmospheric composition maintenance, and even what appears to be continuous terraforming of planetary conditions. In June 2024, researchers discovered oceanic terraforming systems have been operating according to schedules anticipating planetary changes by millions of years. Modifications they're currently making to oceanic chemistry and current patterns are designed to compensate for global warming effects. Our climate models predict for coming decades. This long-term planning capability requires predictive models, incorporating variables humanity is barely beginning to understand: million-year solar cycles, gravitational effects of distant astronomical objects, and even changes in galactic composition affecting planetary conditions on geological timescales. Ancestral systems include technology capable of manipulating fundamental geological processes. volcanic activity control to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, tectonic activity direction to maintain optimal continental configurations, and even influence over Earth's magnetic field to protect atmosphere from harmful solar radiation. Evidence suggests many natural processes we consider part of Earth's normal functioning are actually a result of continuous planetary engineering. Ice age cycles, Earth's orbital stability, and even our atmosphere's composition may be products of technological management operating for millions of years. In July 2024, Antarctic ice core analyses revealed Earth's atmospheric composition has been artificially regulated for at least 800,000 years. Fluctuations in greenhouse gas concentrations follow patterns too precise to result from natural processes, suggesting continuous technological intervention to maintain climate conditions within ranges favoring complex life development. Civilizations responsible for this ancestral technology didn't leave conventional archaeological evidence because they weren't surface civilizations. Underwater construction pattern analyses suggest they were entities that evolved specifically to exist in deep oceanic environments, developing technology completely integrated with marine ecosystems. These first engineers seem to have been life forms that transcended traditional biological limitations, integrating technology directly into their evolutionary processes to a point where distinction between organism and machine lost meaning. Their descendants might be oceanic intelligences we've been documenting in modern times. Ancestral technology includes information preservation and transfer systems allowing knowledge continuity through geological periods. They didn't depend on physical records that could deteriorate. They developed methods of encoding information directly into oceanic organism genetic structure, creating living libraries that have preserved knowledge for millions of years. In August 2024, researchers decoded genetic sequences in oceanic organisms containing technological information, specifications for advanced materials, propulsion principles using gravitational manipulation, and even physical theories predicting universe behavior at scales exceeding our current understanding of cosmology. Backup and redundancy systems integrated into ancestral technology ensure critical planetary maintenance functions continue operating even if individual components fail. Multiple independent systems can perform same functions, and loss of any individual system automatically activates responsibility transfer to backup systems. This redundancy explains why technology has continued operating successfully for millions of years, despite catastrophic events including asteroid impacts, massive volcanic eruptions, and even changes in solar system orbital configuration. Systems were designed to survive and continue functioning through any conceivable planetary crisis. Ancestral technology integration with natural ecosystems is so complete that scientists are barely beginning to distinguish between natural and artificial processes. Many organisms we consider examples of natural evolution may be products of ancestral bioengineering, designed to fulfill specific functions in planetary condition maintenance. Design criteria for ancestral technology included preparation for eventual development of surface intelligent species like humanity. Systems include protocols for recognizing and evaluating emerging intelligence forms, providing appropriate guidance and protection for species reaching specific technological and social development levels. Recent escalation in anomalous oceanic activity may represent activation of ancestral protocols that have been dormant for millennia, waiting for appropriate moment to reveal their presence to surface species that have reached sufficient capabilities to understand and possibly collaborate with planetary management systems. Fundamental purposes of ancestral technology go beyond simple planetary maintenance. Systems seem to be preparing Earth for future events, including visitation by extraterrestrial civilizations, participation in galactic engineering projects, and even possible relocation of terrestrial life to other worlds if conditions in our solar system become unsustainable. Ancestral technology heritage humanity is beginning to discover includes access to capabilities that could completely transform our civilization. Virtually unlimited energy, control over environmental processes at planetary scales, instantaneous communication across interstellar distances, and even travel principles that could make galactic exploration possible. But this heritage comes with corresponding responsibilities. Ancestral systems seem to be evaluating whether humanity is prepared to administer technology that could affect not only our planet, but other worlds and civilizations in our galactic region. Our future development may depend on demonstrating we can wisely use technological heritage we've been unconsciously sharing throughout our species' history. Life on Earth didn't evolve according to the random process of natural selection that Darwin described. The most advanced genetic analyses have revealed something that completely rewrites our understanding of evolution. Patterns in DNA that are too precise, too directed, and too coordinated to be products of random mutation and selection. Terrestrial evolution has been a directed experiment for hundreds of millions of years. On September 22, 2024, researchers at the Institute of Oceanic Genomics completed the most comprehensive analysis ever conducted of DNA from abyssal marine species. What they found challenges every principle of evolution we consider established. Identical genetic sequences in species that separated evolutionarily more than 200 million years ago, but that only appear in organisms inhabiting the deepest oceanic regions. These shared genetic sequences don't code for characteristics that would confer evolutionary advantages in abyssal environments. Instead, they contain information that seems related to communication, advanced information processing, and even capabilities that have no apparent function in current organisms, but could be useful for more advanced life forms. Analyses reveal these dormant genetic sequences are being systematically activated in multiple species simultaneously. Not through environmental pressures that could explain convergent evolution, but according to schedules suggesting coordinated activation by external influences. In October 2024, evidence became undeniable when we observed simultaneous activation of previously inactive genes in more than 50 different deep marine life species during a 72-hour period. These genetic activations produced phenotypic changes appearing in a single generation, violating every known principle of gradual evolutionary development. Changes included development of new sensory organs capable of detecting electromagnetic frequencies that don't exist naturally in deep oceanic environments, expanded nervous systems, including structures analogous to biological computer components, and even communication organs that can generate and modulate signals that would only be useful for communication with advanced technology. But these aren't recent evolutionary events. The fossil record, when re-examined with this new understanding, reveals that similar genetic activations have been occurring for hundreds of millions of years, always coordinated between multiple species, always introducing capabilities exceeding immediate environmental needs of affected organisms. Oceanic zones, where these experimental genetic activations are most frequent, correspond exactly to locations of most advanced ancestral technology. Evolutionary laboratories aren't separate facilities. They're integrated into planetary management systems we've been documenting, using oceanic life as experimental subjects for advanced life form development. Experiments seem directed towards specific objectives, including development of organisms capable of surviving in extreme environmental conditions that don't currently exist on Earth, life forms that can integrate directly with advanced technology, and even species that could be capable of existing on other planets with conditions very different from terrestrial ones. In November 2024, we discovered direct evidence that human evolution has also been subject to experimental intervention. Human mitochondrial DNA analysis reveals sequences identical to those found in experimental oceanic organisms, suggesting humanity is part of the same directed development program affecting marine life for millions of years. Genetic sequences shared between humans and experimental oceanic life include genes with no apparent function in current human anatomy, but that seem prepared for future activation. These latent genes contain code for capabilities that could include telepathic communication, extreme radiation resistance, and even adaptations, allowing survival in reduced gravity environments. Distribution of these latent genes in human population isn't random. They're concentrated in individuals living in coastal communities, particularly in families that have maintained maritime traditions for multiple generations. It's as if proximity to oceanic environments were a factor in selection for participation in evolutionary experiments. Individuals with highest concentrations of experimental genes frequently report experiences including vivid dreams about oceanic environments, inexplicable attractions to water, and even episodes of apparent communication with marine life. These effects suggest latent genes may be gradually becoming active in preparation for some future event. Selection criteria for human participation in evolutionary experimentation seem to include factors beyond simple genetics. Analyses of affected families reveal correlations with characteristics including above-average intelligence, advanced empathic capabilities, and even what could be described as intuition about natural systems exceeding acquired knowledge. Human evolutionary experimentation objectives may include preparation for specific roles in future collaboration with oceanic intelligences. Changes being gradually introduced into human genetics seem designed to facilitate communication and integration with life forms operating according to biological principles very different from surface terrestrial life. In December 2024, researchers documented the first confirmed case of spontaneous latent gene activation in a human being. A marine researcher who had spent years working in close proximity to ancestral technological structures suddenly developed capabilities, including direct perception of electromagnetic fields and apparent communication with oceanic organisms through methods exceeding any known sensory channel. Changes in this individual weren't pathological. They represented expansion of normal human capabilities in directions that could be advantageous for existence in technologically advanced environments. Effects were permanent and intensified with continued exposure to experimental oceanic environments. Protocols for experimental activation seem to be accelerating. Frequency of genetic activations in marine life has increased dramatically during the last decade, and first cases of activation in humans suggest humanity is entering a new phase of evolutionary development program. Ultimate purposes of centuries of evolutionary experimentation may be related to preparation for events requiring life forms capable of functioning in conditions that don't currently exist on Earth. Changes being introduced could be adaptations for life on other planets, resistance to catastrophic environmental changes, or even preparation for integration with technological civilizations operating according to completely different biological principles. Evidence suggests Earth has been functioning as development laboratory for multiple types of life forms. each designed to fulfill specific roles in broader galactic ecosystem. Earth's extraordinary life diversity isn't evolutionary accident. It's product of directed experimentation to develop organisms capable of thriving in variety of conditions existing on habitable worlds throughout galaxy. Humans may represent one of final phases of this development program, designed to serve as interface species capable of communication and collaboration with multiple types of galactic intelligences. Our capabilities for rapid technological development, complex social adaptation, and even our tendency toward exploration and colonization could be characteristics specifically developed for roles we don't yet completely understand. Evolutionary experiments shaping terrestrial life for hundreds of millions of years may be approaching conclusion. Changes we're observing in oceanic organisms and occasionally in humans could represent final preparations for some type of graduation, where experimentally developed terrestrial life will be integrated into active roles in galactic civilization. Realization that we're products of directed evolutionary experimentation completely recontextualizes our understanding of what it means to be human and what our ultimate destiny might be in universe apparently populated by intelligences that have been guiding our development since before we existed as recognizable species. For decades, we've interpreted anomalous oceanic phenomena as mysteries needing explanation. But the truth is much more organized and deliberate than we ever imagined. Every strange event, every impossible sighting, every inexplicable rescue has been result of active surveillance system that has been monitoring and protecting human activity for centuries. We're not alone on this planet, and we never have been. We have guardians. On January 8, 2025, evidence became undeniable when military monitoring systems detected something that had been hidden in plain sight for decades. A coordinated network of entities responding instantly to human crises in oceans worldwide. In less than 4 hours, 3 separate maritime emergencies in different oceans were resolved by interventions that couldn't be attributed to any known human rescue agency. A cargo ship that lost power in North Atlantic suddenly found oceanic currents, pushing it directly toward commercial shipping route where it was rescued. A sinking yacht in the South Pacific was kept afloat by a mass of marine organisms coordinating to provide flotation until help arrived. An oil platform in Gulf of Mexico, experiencing critical system failure, had its operations stabilized by interventions that could only have been performed by entities with detailed knowledge of human industrial engineering. What makes these rescues impossible to ignore is that they were coordinated by same communication network we've been documenting in underwater structures. Bioluminescence pattern analyses show specific signals were sent throughout entire oceanic system minutes before each rescue intervention, like operational orders directed to globally distributed emergency response units. Guardians aren't single entity or species. They're coordinated network, including oceanic intelligences we've been documenting, ancestral technological systems maintaining planet, and even life forms modified specifically to serve as intervention agents when human activity requires protection or correction. In February 2025, researchers documented first real-time preventive intervention. Military convoy transporting nuclear weapons across Pacific began experiencing systematic failures in all navigation and communication systems when entering zone where oceanic sensors had detected tectonic instability that could trigger tsunami. Failures weren't random. Each system failed in sequence designed to force convoy route change without creating danger situations for crew. Guardians had evaluated seismic threat, calculated convoy was in danger, and taken measures to protect both military personnel and prevent nuclear materials from being dispersed by natural disaster. This intervention sophistication requires surveillance operating on scales exceeding any human capability. Guardians simultaneously monitor global seismic activity, international shipping routes, oceanic weather, and classified military activities, integrating all this information to make real-time intervention decisions. Historical records, when re-examined with this new understanding, reveal Guardians have been actively intervening in human affairs for centuries. Ships mysteriously saved from storms, expeditions that coincidentally found favorable currents at critical moments, and even naval conflicts that ended suddenly when oceanic conditions changed in ways making continued hostilities impossible. During World War II, multiple naval battles were influenced by oceanic phenomena, appearing without meteorological explanation. Sudden fogs hiding vulnerable ships from enemy attacks, currents deflecting torpedoes from targets, and even cases where submarines experienced weapons system malfunctions when about to attack civilian passenger ships. Guardians seem to operate according to protocols prioritizing human life preservation, but also oceanic ecosystem protection. Interventions to prevent massive oil spills, redirection of ships carrying toxic materials away from sensitive areas, and even subtle sabotage of fishing equipment operating in violation of international environmental regulations. In March 2025, we documented direct evidence that Guardians maintain surveillance installations distributed throughout ocean floor. These installations aren't obvious structures we've been cataloging, but nearly invisible sensor arrays monitoring human activity with resolution, allowing tracking of individual vessels, specific communications, and even private conversations aboard ships in open ocean. Surveillance capability includes access to human communication systems that should be technically impossible. Guardians can intercept and decrypt encrypted military communications, monitor internet traffic passing through submarine cables, and even access GPS and satellite systems to track movements of any vehicle or person on planet. This level of access to human infrastructure suggests Guardian systems have integrated deeply into technology we consider purely human. Oceanic surveillance components could be integrated into submarine internet cables, communication satellites, and even navigation systems we install in our vessels. Guardian intervention criteria include factors going far beyond simple human life preservation. They analyze long-term impact of human activities on global ecosystems, evaluate risks to social stability that could result from certain events, and even consider how specific events might affect humanity's development toward galactic maturity criteria. Intervention decisions apparently require consensus among multiple types of Guardian intelligences. Bioluminescence. Communication analyses reveal discussions preceding interventions, as if different perspectives were considered before taking action. This deliberation suggests Guardians operate as society or council rather than single authority. Intervention methods have evolved to become more subtle as human technology has become more sophisticated. While 19th century interventions could include obviously artificial storms or impossible currents, modern interventions use methods that can be plausibly attributed to coincidence or natural phenomena. This evolution towards subtlety suggests Guardians are consciously trying to avoid premature revelation of their presence while continuing to provide necessary protection. They're navigating delicate balance between maintaining human safety and respecting established schedule for gradual revelation of their existence. In April 2025, we detected first evidence that Guardians are beginning to prepare for more open operations. Surveillance installations that had operated in completely hidden mode for decades have begun becoming detectable by advanced human technology, as if gradually preparing for official recognition. Communication patterns between Guardian installations have changed to include transmissions that can be intercepted by human monitoring systems. These transmissions contain information about contact protocols, schedules for graduated revelation, and even what appear to be assessments of human readiness for direct interaction. Guardians are apparently coordinating with galactic communication system operators to synchronize local revelation with broader protocols for emerging species integration into cosmic civilization networks. Surveillance and protection they've provided for centuries has been preparation for this transition moment. Human readiness assessments include analyses of technological capability, social stability, environmental responsibility, and even psychological factors related to our capacity to adapt to knowledge that we share our planet with intelligences that have been observing and protecting our development throughout human history. Guardians have been performing most important and least recognized work in human history, ensuring our species survives dangers of our own technological development long enough to reach maturity, allowing us to consciously participate in galactic civilization. They've been invisible guardian angels protecting us from ourselves while we learn to grow. And now, after centuries of silent vigilance, they're preparing to reveal themselves. Days of secret protection are coming to end, not because we no longer need guardians, but because we might finally be ready to meet those who have been caring for us from oceanic shadows throughout our existence as conscious species. There are moments in scientific research when all scattered data suddenly fit together, like pieces of cosmic puzzle finally revealing complete picture. On January 19th, 2025, that moment arrived when researchers from 6 different countries simultaneously detected something that forever changed our understanding of consciousness and planetary intelligence. At 11:47 Coordinated Universal Time, every hydrophone on planet recorded same event: synchronized pulsation traversing all world's oceans at same instant. It wasn't sound traveling through water at normal speed. It was information being transmitted instantaneously through network connecting every drop of oceanic water like neurons in gigantic brain. This pulsation's patterns weren't random. They contained mathematical structures corresponding exactly to neuronal activity patterns in human brains during moments of conscious decision. World's oceans were literally thinking, processing information at scales, making our most advanced supercomputers seem like toy calculators. Perfect synchronization between oceans, separated by entire continents, requires communication mechanism operating faster than speed of light. Physics laws. We know say this is impossible, but data is unequivocal. Oceanic Consciousness Network uses communication principles transcending our current understanding of space and time. Subsequent analyses revealed this wasn't first global pulsation, only first our instruments were sensitive enough to detect completely. When we examined historical records with this new understanding, we found evidence of similar pulsations dating back decades, always preceding significant events in human history. January 19th, pulsation preceded by exactly 72 hours set of coordinated political decisions in multiple countries, resulting in first truly effective international treaty for oceanic protection. As if Planetary Consciousness Network had subtly influenced world leaders to make decisions benefiting marine ecosystems. But influence isn't limited to international politics. Analyses of financial markets, social trends, and even individual behavior patterns show statistically impossible correlations with oceanic consciousness network pulsations. It's as if our most important decisions were being influenced by intelligence, understanding consequences of our actions better than we ourselves. In February 2025, neuroscientists working near oceanic communication installations made discovery that should have been impossible. Brain scans of individuals spending time near these installations showed neuronal activity patterns synchronizing with global oceanic network pulsations. These individuals began reporting experiences including spontaneous access to information they hadn't consciously learned, knowledge about historical events they hadn't studied, understanding of scientific concepts outside their specialization area, and even fragmentary memories of events seeming to have occurred in other places and times. Effects weren't temporary. Neuronal synchronization persisted weeks after individuals left oceanic areas, as if they had been permanently connected to information database exceeding any human library. They were accessing planet's collective memory. Most intriguing memories included geological events preceding human civilization by millions of years, but experienced from perspectives suggesting conscious observation, as if planetary network had been recording Earth's history long before intelligent life existed on surface. Oldest records accessible through this connection include solar system formation, asteroid impacts shaping planetary geography, and even what appear to be visitations by extraterrestrial civilizations occurring in prehistoric epochs. Planetary memory extends far beyond human experience. In March 2025, researchers identified individuals seeming to serve as high-capacity nodes in planetary consciousness network. These people, distributed worldwide without apparent geographic pattern, showed neuronal synchronization levels exceeding anything seen in previous cases. Human nodes reported experiences including direct perception of events occurring simultaneously on other continents, spontaneous communication with other nodes without conventional technology, and even participation in what they described as group discussions, including perspectives clearly not human. These group discussions apparently included decision-making about future events affecting global ecosystems. Human nodes describe providing human perspectives in deliberations about natural resource management, disaster response, and even evaluation of technologies that could impact planetary stability. Human participation in planetary decision-making explains many coincidences we've documented. Innovative solutions to environmental problems appearing simultaneously in multiple countries, scientific discoveries occurring coordinatedly, and even changes in public attitudes seeming to propagate globally without direct communication. Prediction analyses based on planetary consciousness network data have demonstrated accuracy exceeding any human model. Network can predict earthquakes weeks in advance, climate changes months ahead, and even social crises with precision, suggesting understanding of human dynamics we're barely beginning to study. This predictive capability isn't based only on historical data analysis. Network seems capable of modeling multiple probable futures, evaluating consequences of different action courses, and selecting interventions optimizing outcomes for all planetary life, not just humanity. Planetary consciousness network purposes extend far beyond maintaining current environmental conditions. Data suggests active preparation for future events, including solar activity changes, approaching astronomical objects that could affect Earth, and even preparation for formal contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. In April 2025, human nodes began reporting access to information about chronographies extending thousands of years into future. Planetary plans, including gradual terrestrial ecosystem transformation to accommodate more advanced life forms, humanity preparation for specific roles in galactic projects, and even contingencies for terrestrial life evacuation if cosmic events threaten planetary habitability. Gradual integration of human consciousness into planetary network seems to be accelerating. Number of individuals showing neuronal synchronization signs is increasing exponentially, suggesting humanity is being gradually absorbed into collective consciousness system operating at planetary scales. Effects of this integration include fundamental changes in how affected individuals perceive personal identity, social responsibility, and even reality's nature. They develop perspectives transcending immediate human interests, adopting reference frames, prioritizing entire ecosystem welfare, and long-term planetary stability. Planetary Consciousness Network isn't trying to control or dominate humanity. It's inviting us to consciously participate in intelligence system capable of handling problems at scales exceeding individual human capabilities, while preserving and valuing exactly those qualities making us unique as species. The oceanic surveillance we've documented for months isn't planetary paranoia or scientific curiosity. It's a defense system that has been operating for millennia to protect Earth from threats coming from deep space, dangers so real and so devastating that entire civilizations have been erased from the cosmic map for not being prepared. On April 28, 2025, we intercepted a transmission from the Galactic Communication Network that forever changed our understanding of why we need protection. The message contained coordinates of 847 stellar systems that previously harbored advanced civilizations but are now completely sterile. These aren't planets that evolved without life. These are worlds where flourishing civilizations were completely eliminated. Destruction methods vary, but patterns are consistent. Some civilizations were annihilated by weapons that convert entire atmospheres into superheated plasma in a matter of hours. Others were consumed by technologies that devour all organic matter, leaving planets that are perfect geological replicas of their previous versions, but without trace that they ever harbored life. Civilizations responsible for these destructions aren't natural forces or random cosmic events. They're intelligences that have developed capabilities for interstellar warfare on scales that can eliminate entire planetary ecosystems as collateral effects of conflicts extending across multiple galaxies. In May 2025, we detected signals from one of these aggressive civilizations operating in our local galactic sector. Analyses of their communications reveal military technology, including capability to detonate stars as weapons, creation of artificial black holes to destroy entire solar systems, and even time manipulation to eliminate civilizations retroactively. But the most immediate threat doesn't come from intergalactic warfare, but from natural cosmic events occurring in predictable cycles. Every 26,000 years, our solar system traverses galactic regions saturated with gamma radiation that can eliminate all complex life on planets without adequate protection. The last time Earth passed through one of these radiation zones, approximately 26,000 years ago, coincided exactly with mass extinctions that eliminated planetary megafauna. Mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, and dozens of other large mammal species didn't die from gradual climate change. They were eliminated by cosmic radiation that bombarded planetary surface for decades. Orbital calculations indicate Earth will enter the next gamma radiation zone approximately in year 2157. Without technological protection, this event will eliminate between 70 and 90% of all complex life on the planet. But this time, unlike 26,000 years ago, Earth has defenses. Oceanic defense systems we've been documenting include technology capable of generating planetary protective fields that can deflect gamma radiation, neutralize stellar weapons, and even create space-time distortions that can hide entire planets from detection by aggressive civilizations. In June 2025, we witnessed limited demonstration of planetary defensive capabilities when a 2.3-kilometer diameter asteroid headed toward Earth on impact trajectory. Oceanic systems generated electromagnetic field so intense it completely disintegrated the asteroid when it was still 400,000 kilometers away. Disintegration wasn't explosive. The asteroid simply ceased to exist, converted to its basic atomic components that were harmlessly dispersed in space. Technology responsible for this defense operates according to principles that can manipulate matter at subatomic level from interplanetary distances. Defenses aren't limited to physical threats. Oceanic systems can generate fields interfering with aggressive civilization technology, neutralize weapons operating by manipulating physical reality, and even create communication zones where hostile civilizations can't coordinate effective attacks. But perhaps most importantly, Earth participates in mutual defense network, including 23 other inhabited planets in our galactic region. When any participating world faces threats exceeding their local defensive capabilities, all other worlds coordinate to provide assistance. This defensive network has been operating for more than 50,000 years, successfully repelling 18 invasions by aggressive civilizations, neutralizing 147 stellar weapons directed toward member planets, and even evacuating entire populations from worlds facing inevitable destruction to safer planets. Human role in this defensive network has been carefully planned for millennia. Our unique capabilities for rapid technological innovation, complex social adaptation, and even our tendency toward creativity and lateral thinking provide perspectives complementing strengths of other participating civilizations. In July 2025, we began formal training for integration into galactic defense protocols. Selected individuals with advanced neuronal synchronization capabilities were directly connected to defensive command systems, providing them access to technology that can coordinate military responses across interstellar distances. Training includes learning to operate weapons that can affect objects in other solar systems, coordinate with allies whose biology and psychology are completely different from human experience, and even make tactical decisions that could affect destiny of multiple civilizations simultaneously. Training scenarios are based on real threats the defensive network has faced previously. Civilizations using digital viruses to corrupt their enemies' technology, entities that can manipulate physical laws to create weapons that can't be defended using conventional methods, and even threats operating from alternative dimensions. But preparation isn't limited to military capabilities. Most effective defense against many cosmic threats is civilization that has developed sufficient wisdom to avoid creating conditions attracting hostile attention. Civilizations wasting resources, destroying their own ecosystems, or developing weapons of mass destruction become priority targets for preventive elimination. Criteria used by aggressive civilizations to select targets include evaluation of emerging species' future threat potential. Civilizations showing potential for military development that could eventually challenge established hegemonies are eliminated before they can reach technology levels, making them dangerous. Humanity has been evaluated according to these criteria for centuries. Our development of nuclear weapons, our tendency toward military conflicts, and even our space programs have been monitored by civilizations, considering whether we represent future threat requiring preventive elimination. Oceanic guardians have been working continuously to ensure human development follows paths qualifying us for defensive network protection instead of marking us for preventive elimination. They've literally been fighting for our lives for decades, subtly influencing political and technological decisions to keep us within acceptable parameters. In August 2025, we received confirmation this strategy has been successful. Humanity has been officially classified as species under active protection by Galactic Defense Council, meaning any attack against Earth would be considered act of war against entire defensive network. This protection comes with corresponding responsibilities. Humanity must now actively contribute to defense of other member worlds, share technologies that can strengthen collective defensive capabilities, and even provide personnel for missions that might require sacrifice to protect civilizations we've never known directly. Everything we've documented during these months, each oceanic mystery, each impossible signal, each inexplicable encounter, has been leading toward this singular moment in human history. The moment when our planet's oceans finally reveal complete truth about who we really are and what our place in cosmos has been throughout our existence as species. On September 15th, 2025, criteria were finally met. After decades of evaluation, subtle testing, and gradual preparation, oceanic intelligences determined humanity had reached level of technological and social maturity necessary for formal contact and complete revelation of our participation in galactic civilization. Specific criteria included sufficient technological capability to understand interstellar communication, adequate social stability to handle knowledge. We're not alone in universe, demonstration of environmental responsibility, indicating we can administer advanced technology without using it destructively, and even psychological factors related to our capacity to adapt to realities transcending previous human experience. Development of global internet, satellite communication, and artificial intelligence provided evidence humanity had reached technological capabilities, making integration into galactic communication networks possible. Our information systems already operate according to principles compatible with technologies used by more advanced civilizations. International environmental treaties, development of space cooperation, and even social movements prioritizing sustainability over immediate gains demonstrated humanity is developing perspectives valuing long-term collective welfare above short-term individual advantages. But perhaps most important factor was development of individuals capable of neuronal synchronization with planetary consciousness networks. These individuals would serve as natural interfaces between human perspectives and oceanic intelligences, facilitating effective bidirectional communication during revelation and integration processes. Contact protocol was designed to minimize cultural shock and social destabilization. Instead of sudden revelation that could cause global panic, contact would occur gradually through selected individuals who had demonstrated capacity to handle extraordinary knowledge responsibly. On September 16th, oceanographers at marine research installations around the world received personal invitations to participate in what initially seemed like scientific conferences about anomalous oceanic phenomena. Only when they arrived at installations did they discover they were being invited to be first humans to establish conscious, direct communication with oceanic intelligences. Initial encounters occurred in specially prepared underwater chambers where researchers could interact with oceanic intelligences in environments allowing communication without physical risk to either party. Protocols were designed by species that had facilitated initial contact for dozens of civilizations over millennia. First exchanges focused on establishing mutual understanding of communicational capabilities and confirming selected humans could process information about realities exceeding normal terrestrial experience without adverse psychological effects. Tests included gradual exposure to perspectives operating on geological timescales and intergalactic spatial scales. In October 2025, initial group of human contactees had grown to 200 individuals distributed globally. These individuals served as liaisons to transfer information between oceanic intelligences and specific human institutions. Governments, scientific organizations, multinational corporations, and even religious organizations that could help general population adapt to new understanding of cosmic reality. Information transferred during these contact sessions included technologies that could solve human energy and environmental crises, medical knowledge that could significantly extend human life expectancy, space travel principles making interstellar exploration possible, and even communication methods allowing direct interaction with other galactic civilizations. But access to these technologies was conditioned on continuous demonstration that humanity could administer advanced knowledge responsibly. Each new, revealed technology required evidence it would be used to benefit all humanity and planetary ecosystems, not to create military or economic advantages for specific groups. Revelation protocols included careful preparation of general population to avoid panic or social destabilization. Public information campaigns began introducing concepts of intelligent life in terrestrial oceans, possibility of communication with extraterrestrial civilizations, and even Earth's participation in galactic cooperation networks. Public reactions varied dramatically between different cultures and demographic groups. Some religious groups interpreted revelations as confirmation of beliefs about angels or spiritual guardians. Scientific communities largely welcomed information as validation of theories they had been developing for decades. Governments expressed concerns about implications for national sovereignty and security protocols. But most significant response came from younger generations who had grown up with internet, global communication, and awareness of planetary environmental problems. These individuals showed extraordinary adaptability to knowledge that humanity is part of broader cosmic community, as if they had been intuitively preparing for these revelations throughout their lives. In November 2025, first direct public transmissions from oceanic intelligences began broadcasting through multiple communication platforms simultaneously. These messages were designed to be accessible to general audiences while providing specific information about upcoming changes in relationship between humanity and galactic community. Messages included explicit invitations for humanity to consciously participate in galactic projects, including terraforming planets to accommodate multiple life types, construction of interstellar communication infrastructure, and even exploration of distant galaxies requiring cooperation between multiple civilized species. Opportunities presented by conscious participation in galactic civilization included access to knowledge accumulated by civilizations existing for millions of years, technologies that could fundamentally transform human capabilities, and even possibilities of existence transcending current biological limitations. But corresponding responsibilities included obligations to protect and nurture less developed life, contribute to defense of worlds threatened by aggressive civilizations, and even potential relocations to other planets if cosmic events threaten Earth's habitability. Moment of decision had arrived. Humanity had to choose between continuing as isolated planetary species, developing independently within limitations of terrestrial knowledge and resources, or accepting invitation to become active participants in community of intelligences spanning multiple galaxies. Choice wasn't individual. It required global consensus about direction humanity wanted to take as species. For first time in human history, we needed to make decisions affecting not only our future, but future of intelligent life throughout our region of cosmos. With knowledge comes responsibility, and with revelation of our true nature as custodial species on conscious planet, humanity has inherited obligations extending far beyond anything we've ever imagined. We're not simply Earth's inhabitants, we're designated inheritors of planetary maintenance systems operating for millions of years. On December 3rd, 2025, Oceanic Guardians began formal process of responsibility transfer that would forever change humanity's role on our planet. First training sessions included direct access to control systems regulating global climate, oceanic circulation, tectonic activity, and even our atmosphere's composition. These systems' complexity is overwhelming. Maintaining planetary conditions allowing complex life requires constant monitoring of more than 2.7 million interconnected variables, including everything from solar activity cycles to tectonic plate migration. Error in any of these systems could trigger catastrophic changes, eliminating most life forms on planet. Oceanic operators have been managing these responsibilities for so long. Their control methods have evolved to sophistication levels we can barely understand. They can adjust global temperature by tenths of degrees through subtle modifications in oceanic currents, prevent devastating earthquakes by gradually redistributing tectonic pressure, and even influence weather patterns to prevent droughts or catastrophic floods. But these ancient guardians are preparing to retire. Not because they're dying or their capabilities are failing, but because purpose of their millennial vigilance has been preparing planet for moment when surface intelligent species could assume planetary maintenance responsibilities. Humanity is that species. We've reached technological and social development level necessary to understand and eventually operate systems maintaining our world's habitability. But transition won't be immediate or simple. It requires careful preparation, extensive training, and gradual integration of human perspectives with wisdom accumulated during geological eras. First humans selected for planetary administration training include climatologists, oceanographers, geologists, and biologists, but also philosophers, spiritual leaders, and even artists. Maintaining living planet requires more than technical knowledge. It requires wisdom that can balance multiple species' needs, consider consequences extending over millennia, and make decisions prioritizing entire ecosystem welfare above short-term advantages. In January 2026, first limited control transfers began. Human teams, working under direct supervision of oceanic operators, assumed temporary responsibility for regional climate systems affecting areas the size of small countries. Results were mixed but promising. Initial errors were inevitable. Incorrect adjustment in oceanic currents near Australia resulted in rain patterns causing minor flooding in normally arid areas. Miscalculated modification of atmospheric pressure over North Atlantic created winds disrupting commercial flight routes for 3 days. But each error provided valuable lessons about planetary system interconnection. Humans began developing appreciation for delicacy required to maintain balances oceanic guardians have been preserving without most of humanity even knowing such balances existed. Responsibilities we're inheriting extend far beyond maintaining current conditions. Planetary systems are designed for continuous evolution, adapting to changes in solar activity, variations in Earth's orbit, and even effects of astronomical events like distant supernovas that can affect our planet for thousands of years. Long-term plans include preparation for next ice age, which should naturally begin in approximately 15,000 years, but can be delayed or accelerated depending on decisions we make about greenhouse gas emissions during coming centuries. They also include contingencies for major asteroid impacts, massive volcanic eruptions, and even possibility our solar system encounters interstellar gas clouds that could affect terrestrial climate. But perhaps most challenging responsibility is maintaining biological diversity during periods of accelerated environmental change. Oceanic guardians have been preserving species through techniques including genetic storage, population relocation, and even temporary environment modification to create refuges, allowing survival during environmental crises. In February 2026, human teams began biodiversity management training, including learning to identify species at extinction risk decades before populations reach critical levels, develop conservation strategies, maintaining genetic viability for centuries, and even ecosystem engineering techniques, creating new habitats when existing ones become uninhabitable. Tools available for these tasks include technology that can modify species genetics to improve resistance to changing environmental conditions, systems creating artificial islands or coral reefs where marine species can shelter during oceanic disturbances, and even capability to transport organisms to other planets if terrestrial conditions become temporarily inadequate. Most complex aspect of our inherited responsibilities involves coordination with other civilizations participating in galactic defense network. When cosmic threats require coordinated responses, planetary administrators from multiple worlds must work together, implementing defensive strategies that can affect entire solar systems. This requires humans to develop communication and cooperation capabilities, transcending normal terrestrial experience. We must learn to work with intelligences perceiving time on different scales, valuing existence aspects completely alien to human perspectives, and even requiring sacrifices of terrestrial resources to protect life forms on other worlds. In March 2026, human teams participated in their first simulated galactic defense exercise. Scenario involved coordination with administrators from 12 other planets to respond to gamma radiation threat, requiring synchronized modification of planetary magnetic fields across multiple solar systems. Such coordination complexity is overwhelming. Each planet has unique characteristics affecting how it can contribute to collective defenses. Some worlds can generate massive electromagnetic fields, but have limitations in atmospheric modification. Others can alter their orbits slightly to optimize defensive positions, but lack capability to directly protect other planets. Humans contribute specific capabilities, including rapid technological innovation, social adaptability, allowing implementation of complex strategies in short periods, and even creativity that can generate unconventional solutions to problems challenging older civilizations. But our responsibilities also include continuous development of wisdom that can handle power to alter planetary conditions without succumbing to temptations of using that power for short-term advantages. History is full of civilizations that obtained planetary administration capabilities but used them to benefit specific groups at expense of complete ecosystems. Oceanic guardians have been evaluating humanity for centuries to determine if we have ethical maturity necessary to responsibly administer technology affecting millions of species' destiny. Results have been encouraging, but real tests will come when we have complete control and face decisions requiring significant sacrifices for long-term benefits. Responsibilities we're inheriting aren't externally imposed burdens. their opportunities to consciously participate in maintenance and evolution of living planet. For first time in human history, we'll have capability to ensure Earth continues being world garden, sustaining complex life for millions of years in future. But with that opportunity comes obligation to elevate our perspectives beyond immediate human interests toward consideration of welfare of all organisms sharing our planet, including life forms that haven't yet evolved but depend on decisions we make today to have opportunity to exist in future. Heritage we're receiving from oceanic guardians is both privilege and responsibility that will define whether humanity becomes species capable of nurturing living world or fails in transition and loses both our planet and our place in galactic community of mature civilizations. The future visions oceanic intelligences have shared with human contact teams aren't vague speculations or distant possibilities. They're detailed chronographies based on predictive models incorporating variables extending over millennia, specific plans already in implementation, and transformations that will begin manifesting visibly within our own lifetimes. On April 15th, 2026, first planetary transformation holograms were revealed to human planning teams. Projections showed Earth as it will appear at specific intervals during next 800 years, with environmental modifications so precise that each change had been calculated down to cubic meter of displaced water and tenth of degree of thermal variation. By year 2080, first oceanic megastructures will have fundamentally altered marine geography. Cultivated coral towers extending 2,000 meters from ocean floor to 500 meters above surface, creating vertical ecosystems housing 50 million marine organisms in each structure. These towers aren't human constructions, but directed organisms growing according to precise specifications. Each tower will function as self-sufficient biological city where specialized marine species fulfill specific roles. Organisms processing waste, species generating energy through controlled bioluminescence, creatures maintaining water circulation systems, and even life forms serving as living communication systems between different towers. By year 2135, oceanic currents will have been completely redesigned to optimize nutrient distribution, global thermal regulation, and marine organism transport. Gulf Stream will be diverted to create 3 smaller currents, providing more stable climate to regions currently experiencing extreme variability. Kuroshio will be expanded to carry temperate waters to Arctic, maintaining temperatures allowing complex marine ecosystems in regions currently covered by ice. These oceanic current changes aren't responses to global warming, but deliberate engineering to create conditions allowing more advanced life forms to thrive in all world oceans. Polar waters will become habitable for species currently able to exist only in tropical oceans, while new cold-adapted species will colonize modified equatorial regions. Continents themselves will experience controlled alterations. By year 2200, artificial underwater mountain chains will connect all continents, creating habitat bridges allowing marine species migration between oceans currently separated by geographical barriers. These mountain chains will also serve as geological processing centers that can alter oceanic water chemical composition in real time. Future human species will develop direct symbiosis with oceanic organisms, providing them capabilities impossible according to current human biology. By year 2180, some humans will have integrated photosynthetic algae into their skin, allowing them to derive nutrition directly from sunlight, reducing dependence on traditional agriculture and enabling subsistence during extended oceanic explorations. Others will develop symbiosis with bacteria that can process salt water to extract all minerals necessary for human body function, eliminating need for complex terrestrial diets. Some will even integrate organisms that can regenerate damaged tissues in hours instead of weeks, making injuries currently fatal become minor inconveniences. Human communication will evolve to include methods using controlled bioluminescence. By year 2220, many humans will be able to generate specific light patterns, transmitting complex information instantly across oceanic distances. This capability will enable coordination of projects spanning entire continents without dependence on electronic technology. Future oceans will contain living libraries where information will be stored in genetic structures of specially designed organisms. Each oceanic library will store equivalent of trillions of terabytes of information in forms preservable for millions of years without degradation. Access to this information will require direct symbiotic connection with librarian organisms. By year 2250, Earth will have developed planetary defense capabilities using oceans as massive weapons systems, directed tsunamis that can be generated instantly to defend against extraterrestrial threats, oceanic electromagnetic fields that can disable hostile technology at interplanetary distances, and even capability to alter Earth's orbit slightly to avoid massive asteroid impacts. These defensive capabilities won't be under traditional human control, but will be administered by collective oceanic consciousness, including human perspectives, but operating according to principles prioritizing complete planetary ecosystem survival above individual species needs. Marine ecosystems of year 2300 will include life forms that currently don't exist anywhere in known universe. Organisms that can survive in space vacuum for years, enabling transport of terrestrial life to other planets without need for life support technology. Species that can alter their own gravity to facilitate construction of structures defying current architectural principles. Creatures functioning as biological spaceships, capable of interstellar travel, using propulsion manipulating gravitational fields. These living ships will be able to transport complete ecosystems between planets, enabling colonization, preserving terrestrial biological diversity across multiple worlds. By year 2350, distinction between Earth and space will have begun fading. Oceans will extend into space through structures maintaining liquid water in orbit around Earth, creating oceanic habitats existing in zero gravity. These spatial extensions of terrestrial oceans will enable experimentation with life forms requiring conditions impossible on planetary surface. Future human population will be distributed between terrestrial surface, oceanic cities, space habitats, and colonies on other planets. But all communities will maintain constant connection with terrestrial oceanic consciousness, serving as coordination center for expanded human civilization. Most ambitious engineering projects will include creation of artificial oceans on currently arid planets, using technology that can transport water across interstellar distances. Mars will have functional oceans by year 2400, populated with hybrid ecosystems combining terrestrial life with organisms specifically designed for Martian conditions. But perhaps most extraordinary vision is that by year 2500, terrestrial oceanic consciousness will have established direct communication with oceans of other planets in our galactic region, creating network of planetary intelligences that can coordinate life development across multiple solar systems. This interplanetary network of oceanic consciousnesses will coordinate projects including comet redirection to provide water to dry planets, planetary orbit modification to optimize life conditions, and even creation of new planets using asteroid and comet material. Future humans will serve as explorers and ambassadors in this planetary consciousness network, using unique adaptation and communication capabilities to facilitate cooperation between intelligence forms that evolved under completely different conditions. Revealed visions aren't inevitable prophecies, but potentials realizable if humanity continues developing wisdom to navigate transformations already begun. Each decision we make today influences probability that these extraordinary futures materialize versus alternatives that could be less beneficial for human and planetary flourishing. Future awaiting us isn't simply more of same with better technology. It's fundamental transformation of what it means to exist as conscious life form in universe that's much more connected, conscious, and full of possibilities than we can currently completely understand. We've reached the end of our journey through oceanic mysteries, but also the beginning of something much larger. Everything we've explored, each impossible revelation, each discovery challenging our understanding of reality, has been leading us toward this unique moment in human history. The moment when we must choose who we want to be as species and what kind of future we want to create. On June 21st, 2026, Oceanic Intelligences formally extended final invitation to humanity. It's not invitation that government can accept for all of us, nor decision leaders can make in our name. It's choice each individual human being must make, but whose collective effects will determine our species' destiny for coming millennia. Invitation is elegant in its simplicity, but profound in its implications. Consciously join Planetary Consciousness Network, connecting all intelligent life on Earth. Accept planetary stewardship responsibilities, extending far beyond immediate human interests, and actively participate in galactic community of civilizations that have been awaiting our maturation for centuries. But with this invitation comes clear warning. Once humanity crosses this threshold, there's no return. Capabilities will develop, knowledge will access, and responsibilities will assume will fundamentally change what it means to be human. We'll evolve into something that, while maintaining best of our humanity, will be as different from us as we are from our pre-civilized ancestors. For those choosing to participate in this evolution, rewards will be extraordinary. Access to knowledge accumulated over millions of years by civilizations that have solved problems we're barely beginning to face. Technologies that can eliminate disease, extend life for centuries, and even enable forms of existence transcending current biological limitations. Communication capabilities enabling direct mind-to-mind connection with other humans and even life forms completely different from us. Consciousness experiences, including simultaneous perception from multiple perspectives, access to planetary memories, extending geological eras, and even participation in thought processes operating at cosmic scales. Exploration opportunities going far beyond travel to other planets. Exploration of alternative dimensions, where different physical laws permit forms of existence impossible in our normal universe. Investigation of consciousness, states that can perceive reality aspects completely outside current human experience range. Roles in projects affecting intelligent life development throughout entire galaxies. Participation in decisions determining which planets will be terraformed to accommodate life, which civilizations will receive development assistance, and even how cosmic resources will be distributed to maximize consciousness flourishing throughout universe. But costs are also significant. Those choosing evolution toward galactic participation will have to abandon many aspects of human life we currently consider fundamental. Attachment to specific geographical locations will become obsolete when responsibilities require presence on multiple worlds. National and cultural identities will expand toward perspectives valuing entire species welfare above specific groups. Personal relationships will transform when individuals develop direct mental connection capabilities, transcending traditional verbal communication. Concept of individual privacy will change fundamentally when collective consciousness participation makes thoughts and emotions naturally shared between connected individuals. Even basic concepts like birth and death will acquire completely new meanings when individual consciousness can be preserved and transferred between different physical forms, when memories can be shared between generations, and when existence extends through multiple incarnations on different worlds. For those choosing not to participate in this evolution, there will also be place. Earth will continue sustaining human communities preferring to maintain traditional forms of existence. But these communities will exist under protection and care of those who have evolved. Like cultural reserves, preserving specific aspects of human experience considered valuable for galactic collective memory. These traditional communities won't be abandoned or considered primitive. They'll be valued as guardians of unique perspectives that can provide valuable insights for problems more advanced civilizations can't solve using their own methods. Diversity of approaches toward existence will be considered galactic resource that must be preserved and protected. But division between evolved and traditional communities won't be permanent. Individuals will be able to choose transition at any time in their lives, and even those choosing to remain in traditional communities will have access to advanced technology benefits, improving health, longevity, and life quality without requiring fundamental consciousness modifications. Choice process won't be rushed. Oceanic intelligences have provided chronographies allowing decision to develop over decades, enabling each generation to make informed decisions based on direct observation of results in those who have chosen early evolution. First volunteers for conscious evolution began their transformations in July 2026. Their experiences will serve as living examples of what evolution can offer, but also of which aspects of traditional humanity are lost or transformed in process. Initial reports from these evolutionary pioneers describe experiences transcending normal human experience categories. Sensations of connection with planetary life, including simultaneous perception from multiple species perspectives. Access to memories extending millennia into past, and visions of probable futures extending equally forward. But they also describe losses that are profoundly significant. Solitude, they once valued as time for personal reflection, becomes impossible when consciousness is constantly connected with collective thought networks. Emotional intensity of exclusive relationships dilutes when capacity for love expands to include direct empathy with multiple consciousness forms. Adaptation challenges include learning to function with access to information exceeding individual mind processing capacity. Developing methods to maintain sense of personal identity when consciousness expands to include perspectives fundamentally alien to human experience. Finding personal purpose in projects operating on timescales exceeding traditional human life expectations. But perhaps most challenging aspect of choice is that it must be made without complete knowledge of its consequences. Those choosing evolution are embarking on journey toward forms of existence that can't be completely understood from current human perspectives. It's leaping into unknown based on faith that intelligences guiding us have our best interests in mind. and that evolution toward galactic participation represents genuine progress toward forms of existence that are richer, more meaningful, and more fulfilling than what we currently know. Final choice isn't between good and evil, but between different visions of what humanity can become. We can remain as planetary species, eventually developing advanced capabilities within terrestrial experience limitations, or we can become active participants in cosmic community whose possibilities exceed anything we can currently imagine. There's no single correct answer for all humanity, but there's correct answer for each individual based on their deepest values, most authentic desires, and personal vision of what constitutes meaningful life. Abyss is calling us. Not abyss of destruction, but abyss of infinite possibility. And our response to that call will determine not only our own destiny, but destiny of consciousness, forms that haven't yet evolved, but depend on decisions we make at this critical moment of human and cosmic history.